All of council colleagues, Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack has had to recuse. Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton. Oh, Mayor. Oh, yeah, Mayor. So he'll be joining us later. Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Paquette. Hello. Great. So we'll be finishing up our last two speakers for our first panel in opposition, and then we will have questions from colleagues. So over to Steph Neufeld. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Sure. I just wanted to talk about the general community-led planning from the Garneau Community League that was discussed on the 89th Avenue rezoning. And I wanted to highlight it as sort of this missing step in gating support for the city plan and densification. So next slide. I'm the Garneau Community League president, but I also sit as the Scona district rep on the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues. And in that position have heard a lot from people around Edmonton. I get hundreds of emails of people concerned with whether it's a zoning next door or general zoning or sort of the implementation of the city plan. And I just wanted to take a moment to, from the Garneau Community League's perspective, to remind us of where we are and how fast things have happened, particularly if you live in these communities. And just talk about an opportunity to continue the conversation, to not say, hey, let's say no to this because we don't want density, but to continue that conversation with the idea that where the most growth is going to occur should have the most detailed planning and most thoughtful planning, and that should include the community and the people who live in those communities. So again, you're all very familiar with 2020, the city plan, then the zoning bylaw in January 2024, November 2024, the PGA for Garneau started and the consultation started. Scona plan was adopted. The community at that time had asked for special area consideration for the remaining small scale zone in Garneau, which again is just about 30% of the land base. So where most 70% is in that higher density already. And then throughout 2025, I've had a lot of feedback from people that they're increasingly disconnected with city plan and frustrated. And there's not a lot I can do, so I tend to pass that off, call your counselor, do this, and then try to represent best I can. We have, strategic plans for the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues that really says, communities should have a say in planning decisions that happen in their communities. And then again, the draft final PGA was shared. And then in May, council was amenable to a community-led amendment to the Scona district plan to support heritage, small-scale family, possible housing in mature neighborhoods, and in particular, Garneau. So building on that, next slide, please. We think there's a really unique opportunity, and you can look at my bubble diagram up here and you can see who lives in Garneau. 85% renters, 43% students, 27% low income, 10% seniors, there's 13% family of children. We are a diverse, eclectic neighborhood, a vibrant neighborhood, a walkable neighborhood where most people are living in apartment-style housing, and the highest density neighborhood in in Edmonton, and currently at the 250 jobs and people per hectare. So really amplifying what the city plan is all about and what a major node would look like. So really talking about, there's an ability here for community-led planning in the sense of continuing the conversation and the great work that the PGA has done, and working, to build trust by empowering communities to implement district plans in the ways that work best for that community. And so it's a continuation of a conversation at the community level, and it's an opportunity to think bigger, look at density density, but all these other vibrancy metrics that are so important and that we're hearing are so important, and that these are people who are living and putting roots down in their communities and contributing to their communities in ways, and having families and living there for years and years and years. And then an opportunity to think strategically. So direct development to the most appropriate places, and who better to know where those appropriate places are, or the people who have committed and invested in those communities. And my last slide is just really speaking to the opportunity. Please, next slide. That, the path forward could be to defer the decision on the Garneau PGA, because we've had this council has been amenable to moving forward with community-led planning. We've already engaged a consultant and a communication engagement plan broadly across our community. And we have the Heritage Places strategy, which is happening tomorrow in terms of engagement. And so for a heritage community like Garneau, we want to continue the conversation and look at sort of what would work best for Garneau and meet those density targets. So thanks for your time. That's it.
Thank you. And our last speaker on panel 1, Anjali Varghese, over to you.
Thanks. Hello, my name is Anjali Varghese, and I'm the Planning Committee Chair for the Garneau Community League. Next slide. We're asking you to defer on rezoning in Garneau today. We're asking this to give us a chance to bring forward a plan amendment we told you about last month. Next slide. A quick reminder of our recent conversations. We're a dense, mixed-use community. No matter where you are in Garneau, you'll see towers from your window. Everyone in Garneau has students and renters as neighbors. In fact, many long-term residents, like myself, were once students and renters ourselves. We live here not in spite of these things, but because of them. Next slide. We know density and diversity support the amenities we love. It keeps our streets active and vibrant throughout the day. It makes us a complete community. Next slide. Last time we were here, we asked you not to rezone our property on 89th Ave. You all ultimately agreed, and for that we're grateful. This street is part of what makes our neighborhood distinctive. Garneau is an incredibly dense neighborhood, yet somehow it still retains a charming residential feel. We don't have a lot of park space in Garneau, so our wide boulevards and front yards function as green spaces in our neighborhood. This is a value to everyone, whether you're living in a heritage home, an apartment, or simply passing through. Next slide. Garneau also has some challenges. In our past presentations, we've talked about how land speculation has led to derelict properties. Next slide. And vacant lots. But we've also talked about how these sites are opportunities for more density and more neighbors. Next slide. The PGA, we're told, is about meeting density targets in the city plan. We are fully committed to meeting those targets, but we want to achieve more than just density. Next slide. At our last meeting, we talked about how the city plan is an invitation to join in building a version of our city that respects and preserves the things that we value today, while also creating a city to attract and inspire its next million residents. Next slide. We talked about wanting to ensure that our neighborhood continues to be a desirable place to live across many generations, with housing options that are suitable for long-term residents and multi-person households. Next slide. The city plan advises us to promote history and encourage a sense of local identity, and more specifically, to consider, enhance, and preserve historic resources through ongoing redevelopment processes. Next slide. We also talked about the district policy, which states that amendments can be made to reflect heritage resources and that additional policy can be applied to specific areas as needed. We told you how the Garneau Community League is going to make an application to amend the Scona District Plan to do exactly this. Next slide. We also shared how we are supported by wider stakeholders, including the Edmonton Heritage Council. Next slide. And the Edmonton Historical Board. Next slide. Our proposed plan amendment is also supported by the University of Alberta Planning Program. We are working directly with Professor Neil Lamontagne. Neil is out of town this week, but he says this: a priority growth area is an opportunity to reimagine Edmonton's neighborhoods, but this work should achieve multiple policy objectives. The Garneau Community League has shown impressive initiative and planning proficiency. I strongly urge Council to see their work as complementary and worthy of consideration. Next slide. We also have the support of all of the community leagues in the Scona District, as represented by the Scona District Community Council. In other words, we have community buy-in. Next slide. You've heard from residents. You've heard what's at stake. We could lose precious heritage resources. We could lose our distinctive mix of density and heritage that draws people from all walks of life. We could lose a sense of place, the things cited whenever Garneau is listed as one of Edmonton's best neighborhoods. Next slide. The city density targets can absolutely be achieved. The choice in front of you today is how we achieve that density. You can do it while honoring what residents value in Garneau, or do it in a way that incentivizes loss. You can do it in a way that fosters community buy-in, or you can leave residents feeling unheard and disenfranchised. We're asking you to pause today to allow us time to bring forward our plan amendment. We are committed to doing this work professionally and to the highest standards. We've already hired a planning consultant. We've engaged with the U of A planning program. We've also had initial meetings with city administration. Please allow us an opportunity to achieve density targets without sacrificing what we love about our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now go to questions of our speakers. I'll just ask my colleagues to sign up. And happy to go to Councillor Jans to begin.
Thank you. Not sure if some of the speakers is guest Elizabeth Finn still with us?
Present.
Oh, hey, good day. I just wanted to understand, so you, was it you who spoke about the, your home also being a heritage home on 81st?
It is. We recently talked to the planning or the Heritage Council about getting on the list with the idea of moving towards the historic registry.
Okay, and the concern is in particular for your home or your block, or?
For me, it is both. I don't think it makes much sense, and I've heard other people speak to this as well, to have a heritage home that is surrounded by high-rises. The best heritage homes are within the context of their neighborhood, where you really get the sense of heritage and place. So for us, it would not make sense to move forward with heritage designation if the plan was to surround us with medium to high-rise buildings.
What do you think would be an appropriate buffer for medium to high-rise buildings from a heritage home?
Well, right now, we live right on 81st Avenue, so directly behind us across our alley is high-rise apartments. I don't have a problem with any of these high-rise apartments at all. They are part of what keeps Garneau vibrant and busy, and they are right on White Ave, which makes sense to me. My concern would be partly if there are buildings that high right next to us, we get our sunlight completely blocked out. A house isn't just about the four walls, it's about the rest of the space as well. And it's about our ability to continue to grow our vegetables and our fruit in our backyard, which would be eliminated. Already we have limited sunlight because of some of the higher single-family homes around us, so I know what the sunlight would look with higher buildings as well.
Right, okay, so the concern about but I always get backwards, adjacent, abutting, but
Yes,
so
beside us, one way or
behind
another.
you you're fine with, but beside with you're not. That's the concern.
Correct.
Okay, and guest Espinanzo.
Yes, it's Antia. Go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, Antia. I guess the same question. I'm trying to just understand is it the concern for your own home or sort of the block, or?
It's for the entire whole row, all three streets. It's a complement to the other side. As Liz was saying, we don't want to be surrounded when we already have our heritage area to be surrounded by boxes and larger step up, higher levels of stories. So yes, and it's about light and it's about heritage, preserving that heritage, which is very, very rich here.
Okay, and I guess guest Butts and guest Zelik all said, I believe said 81st Ave as well. I was just confirming, is anybody here from 88th or 89th Ave? or 90th?
Those are not in the PGA area.
Okay, just wanted to see if they were missed as well too. Okay, if I can go to guest Sonif, you had a chart with some numbers around micro units and 3 bedrooms, and I think we kind of hit the wall there on time.
Yeah, thanks. So I was trying to address the affordability component and what's been proposed with the PGA, how it specifically affects Garneau is actually a reverse incentive for affordability. It makes things less affordable by incentivizing micro units. Micro units are really expensive per person, and that in turn raises rent for every other housing typology in Garneau.
So that doesn't seem to make sense. Could you explain?
Yeah, it's just that like developers are building micro units because for a single person they can get like $1,500 a month, whereas if you go to a 3-bedroom unit, that same 3-bedroom would be like $2,000, $2,400, something like that, but per person it's considerably less. So that's the student union last in 2023 has stated they were in support of new zoning because they wanted more 3-bedroom units.
Okay, I'm out of time. I'll have to come back maybe. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Wright?
Oh, thank you very much. So back on the on the heritage designation. So some of you have requested this for the Garneau area or looking into it, because I see in the report that people were being encouraged to do that.
Sure, I can answer that. So on April 1st, we invited the Heritage team to come out to Garneau and do a presentation. And since that time, I think probably almost a dozen people have come forward and have, I think, asked to be put on the register. And as you've heard today, there's people that are interested in being put to actually move forward and actually become a registered, like a protected house. But a lot of what we're hearing also is that people are interested in that, but if their streets are getting zoned up, that doesn't make sense for them anymore, because who is going to buy their house in the future if it's one house amongst a bunch of apartment buildings?
Okay. But can you not encourage your other neighbors then to everybody get on board, or?
Part of the problem in Garneau is that actually a lot of the existing small-scale a lot of our heritage houses are not owned by residents of Garneau. A lot of them are owned by investors or people that have bought units for their kids to go to school in, and they're sitting on properties. So.
But they can still request designation.
Right, but they don't live in the community and are not invested in it. And presumably, if you're an investor, you're just looking for the best bang for your buck, which is not a heritage designation.
Okay, but there is benefit for those that do have their property listed, that they can also qualify for funding and for grants and that as well in order to renovate their properties.
Yes.
Are they aware of that?
Yes, I think people are well, I don't think people were aware of that. Some of them are aware of it now that they've come out to the thing. I think the other thing is that, like, they're matching grants. Like, you have to have money to put into something first, right? It's not, yes, you can get up to $100,000, which is amazing, but you have to have $100,000 in order to be able to do that.
Okay. Because yeah, and I know this sort of came about too when we had some other rezonings right on, 89th Avenue or something? Yeah. And just encouraging people and making them more aware of what they can do for the heritage designation. So referring back to the What We Heard report, I think, Ms. Neufeld, you talked about EFCL. Did you know that they provided council a letter stating that the What We Heard report was really good engagement and feedback?
So I would agree that that was a great start of a conversation, and working with Lisa and Jordan at our community, they walked through, they heard our concerns, and absolutely some of those areas were removed, but I think that we are hearing from people in our neighborhood that that's the start of the conversation, and there are some small changes, particularly looking at Garneau that has very, very little small scale, and the type of people who may choose to live there are different. They're generally the permanent residents and those sorts of things. And so we wanted to start to look at the community holistically and say, okay, like who's living where, who is a Garnoian, what are they asking for, what are students looking for, what are hospital workers looking for, and how can we build on that sort of quintessential residential neighborhood with density. I would think, my personal viewpoint is that all neighborhoods should be very much like Garneau. I think it's awesome, but I think that if you remove all small-scale residential, which was the initial start of the conversation in the major node, was all small-scale residential, was essentially the starting point of the conversation was we're going to upzone it all to RM. And the community was taken aback and said, well, you're essentially phasing us out of our own community, and that is stressful, and there's something of very much value of to have these heritage homes and to have small scale homes. My home is not a heritage home, but I think there's value in it in itself. A lot of these homes are rentals, and there's students living in them and communal lifestyles, and then they have families, and it's the argument is always, should Garneau have some small scale housing? We think it should, and the residents are saying we think it should. So ultimately your decision's based on that.
Okay, sorry, my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette?
Oh, thank you. Okay, so maybe Rob, this is an interesting conversation to me because it's emotional, because it's home. And the challenge here is that is very real, but also what's very real is the need to ensure that we have a lot of residences coming on board so that we can keep affordability in the city and that we can right size our efforts as far as budget and maintenance and all of those sorts of things. So from an emotional level, I'm right there. From a strategic level, where the emotion is gone, it's just like, okay, here's the nuts and bolts of city building, what we need. It gets a little bit different. So I was just wondering if you want to remark on that, because you have a lot of experience with this.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. I guess in our view, we would encourage council and administration to kind of regroup a little bit internally to figure out how to rebuild trust with the community. We really do feel that that something has gone amiss here over the last 3 or 4 years, and that what's been happening, and lots of people weren't paying attention until they actually see the developments down the street. But and I think some of the presentations you've had this morning and so forth this afternoon about re-engaging neighborhoods and communities in some way, somehow. Certainly Garneau is leaps and bounds above many of our neighborhoods, and their proposal and their work to do some amendments to the district plans, I think that begins to go down that path a little bit. So that really embraces the importance of context when we do these plans. Our plans to date have planted a sort of a vanilla citywide approach that doesn't really take into account what's happening in a neighborhood.
Right. Well, I mean, this is a specific approach that we're talking about today, not the citywide approach. But I guess what I'm hearing is that on paper, these plans make sense, and they do, which is why it was passed. But in person, some work has to be done in order to bring people along, and also for the city to be aware that, just like anything, maybe not everywhere is one size fits all, and that even if, look, we may go through the whole process, and we'll hear from the province, we'll hear from Pierre Polyev, who says that cities are the problem as far as development goes. And we'll have the province saying, we've got a snitch line for red tape and all of this sort of stuff, right? That we're dealing with. Well, at the city, we're just trying to build a good city. So it may be that the conversation doesn't go 100% the way anyone wants, but you're saying we should have the conversation.
You took the words out of my mouth, Councillor, in terms of it isn't a one size fits all. We have the big strategic high level plans, and the granular pieces need to get put in place.
Yeah, but I mean, there is also something to be said that like the simplicity of zoning really helps, you know, especially if we're trying to get homes together for folks. But at the same time, every single community is going to say one size doesn't fit all, right? So at some point, you've got to sort of like make that demarcation.
Oh, absolutely. And what
Yeah.
happens granularly has to align with the higher level district policies and city plan. And have this a little bit of latitude at the granular level to refine that somewhat. But certainly, you know, no one is going to be able to go contrary to those plans.
Yeah, and I'm happy that you're engaging with it because you used to sit on the other side of the table of this and be arguing the exact opposite stuff. So,
Yeah, a little different experience for sure.
yeah. All right. So yeah, no, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Jans, can you take the chair for a moment?
Taken.
Great, thank you so much, and thanks to all our speakers for coming out today. I really, really appreciated, hearing what people value most in their community, and I just wanted to ask Elizabeth. Sorry, I'm just looking for your last name, Finn. Loved hearing the things that you love most about your neighborhood. So the street trees, the Sugar Bowl, also a big fan. Metro Cinema, being able to walk to work. I don't see how these rezonings take away from any of those aspects of the neighborhood.
That is a completely fair point. I think my question and my concern is more about if Garneau is super attractive right now for people across the city, there's a reason for that. And part of the reason for that is the way it exists in this moment. And as we increase density, that's going to change, right, wrong, or otherwise. And it's going to change in some positive ways and it's going to change in some negative ways. That's the reality of the situation. No change happens without consequence. So what I would encourage is that as we're implementing changes, we're able to evaluate whether the changes that we're getting are the changes that we want. Are we actually increasing affordability in an area? Are we actually maintaining that the people who work there are the same people who are there long-term, who have jobs? Are we still allowing students to live there affordably? Are we still getting basement suites in so that we're meeting the needs for people across the generations and not just filling a tiny little gap that we identify right now? So I think when people are talking about micro suites and stuff, that works for a really specific group of people. It doesn't work for everyone across the board. And certainly my concern is to ensure that we continue to have housing types that work for people across the generations.
Yeah, no, that's a great point, and I think speaks to some of the metrics that we want to be monitoring as a city. And I think, as part of a conversation that we'll be having in next month for sure. I did want to turn to Speaker Onishenko now as well, if you're still online with us.
Yeah, I am here.
Thank you so much. I just want to dig in a little bit more to some of the concerns that you're raising. So I think you spoke very well about, sort of the importance of land consolidation, right? That we want some of that more strategic work to be happening on that bigger scale. I think my concern with allowing lower scale development on smaller sites is that it does contribute to fragmentation and reduce the possibility of consolidated lots in these strategic growth areas over time. So if we continue to allow sort of the redevelopment of these sites from a single detached, let's say a duplex, that means it's less likely that we'll get, a higher building form that we want to see in those strategic areas.
Sure. I guess let me speak to that briefly. At the end of the day, this is all speculative. And we're talking about individual property owners for the most part who own their own homes and what may or may not happen in the future. The majority of the time we're at council that you're seeing a rezoning, it's developer driven. And so if the whole point of this is to make it easier for developers to put density, where the market sees it, and we've identified in strategic areas, then that makes sense. But at the end of the day, we have to be considerate of the fact that a lot of these small parcels, almost all of them, are owned by homeowners at this point. And It is their biggest source of personal investment. It's their retirement. It's what they call home and everything else. And so even as they try to exit that or try to say redevelop, you know, I gave the example of that one shoehorned lot in between existing stuff that's already built. And there's a lot of that where it's already fragmented. And so it makes sense to allow people to have that opportunity. We want to allow opportunity. We want to make redevelopment easier, and we don't want to be punitive. We
Well,
don't want to be able to take
Yeah, and
from
yeah, and I think the fragmentation, I think that this approach to rezoning, rather than it being individual property owners coming forward, sort of the broader rezoning does address the fragmentation. And I just want to, like, I think I'm also just struggling as well in that what we typically see is that in areas with higher demand, the property values will go up, and particularly if they have higher zoning potential on their properties, that tends to increase the value. So again, I'm not seeing the detriment to those existing owners.
I think at the end of the day, it limits options. And if we're limiting options for individual lots, that's my big concern.
Okay.
And
sorry,
again,
I'm out of time, but that's a helpful
please.
summary for
Yeah,
me. Thank
happy.
you. Thanks. And I'll take back the chair, and I'll go to Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you. I think maybe I'll direct this question to Anjali or Steph from the Community League. So yeah, so thanks for your presentation. So I just want to make sure I understand. There is the Garneau Special Character Residential Area that's been excluded from the PGA, and you are working on a community-led plan amendment with a consultant for the entire area, or is there a particular area in Garneau?
So let me clarify. So we want to look at so the plan amendment, the area-specific policy that we're going to be proposing is likely just going to cover stuff that's currently zoned RS, which is about 33% of the neighborhood. However, we do want to do, again, this idea of context, we want to do a fulsome study of the entire neighborhood to understand what our current density is, what our current zoning allows in terms of density, and where, working with the information from the PGA, working with the Heritage Places Strategy engagement that's about to start, making sure that we're looking for where are the best places we can put that density. Again, we're committed to meeting the city's overall density target, but we do want to preserve what matters to our community. And I think people have asked various questions, and I think like what it comes down to in a nutshell, this kind of came to me last night, is what is so special about Garneau, or what makes it unique? You know, the city plan talks about local identity, and I think the thing that makes Garneau unique is that despite the fact that it's this very dense neighborhood, despite the fact that there's a lot of despite that incredible density that we have, we still have this very kind of quaint heritage, historical, residential feel, and that's what people love about the neighborhood, whether you live in a high-rise or in a house. And that is, I think it's about having a critical mass of that to ensure that remains, that people continue to want to live in those houses, and that.
Sure. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Do you have a sense of your timeline for that work? Is it in the next year or so, 2 years?
Absolutely, sooner than that. This is, development is happening at an incredible pace in Garneau right now. We're hoping to at least have the starts of this, something into the city in the next couple of months if we can, by the summer.
Yeah, and then what are your thoughts about rezonings that aren't impacting heritage areas?
I think, like Lauren is one of the people that spoke today. He designated his house a few years ago, and now he's getting, the proposed plan is to rezone all around his house, and he showed the up house in Seattle, the actual house, and that's how people feel. And like part of it is your house itself and what it does to it, but part of it is the feel that kind of community, that quaint residential feel that you feel when you walk along the block, when you walk along the streets in Garneau. And I think part of it is, yes, the individual house, but also the overall feel, that kind of eclectic, residential, quirky feel that you get in the neighborhood, and we think that's something that's worth preserving. We think that's what makes Garneau special, and we think we can do
Yeah.
this without compromising on density.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And I think we're gonna, throughout the day, we're gonna hear from many different neighborhoods who also believe that they're very special and we should be preserving them. And do you think that we'll still be able to achieve some of those density targets at that pace?
Yeah, I absolutely think, for one, we're committed to doing that in Garneau regardless. But I think if every community came to you and said, we want 33% of our neighborhood to be small scale residential, and we'd be happy with mid and high rise for the other 67%, I think that would be a huge win for, I know you guys, I think there's a fear that you're giving Garneau an exception, but if every community was okay with what we're saying we're okay with, I don't understand what the problem would be. We would not have sprawl would disappear overnight because we could accommodate, I think Steph calculated 8 million people within the same kind of zoning we have in Garneau today if that was throughout the city.
8 million. Thanks. Just in the 30 seconds I have left, I think Elizabeth, I heard you use the word micro suite. Is that how you see these PGA rezonings are?
No, I think there is some talk about variety within those, but I think the developer who spoke earlier spoke specifically to why smaller scale suites are incentivized to developers. I'm not an expert on this.
Sure. Okay.
I'm a nurse.
Right. Yeah, because I think what I heard was that this is more medium high density development. I didn't necessarily see that as the same as micro suites.
Okay.
Anyways, appreciate your answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Would you like to move a second round?
Yes, a second round, please.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. So I guess maybe to Steph or Anjali, whoever wants to jump in. So I think was it January 24th? We had the meeting at the City Arts Center. I was there. My notes say January 24th, but it might have been a different date. And it was right when the PGA maps came out. And there was 20 of us there, and I took a lot of notes, and I brought them back to the planning department. And as far as I can tell, most of, broad themes, I think where we were from the jump to now, I think a lot of it has been incorporated into the feedback, like concentration on 109th, concentration on 87th, kind of leave most of North and South and Middle Garneau, concentrate on East Garneau, etc. And I guess what would be helpful for me is has administration and I can ask them when it comes up, but have they committed to this community-led planning exercise? And if so, is it complementary to the PGA work? If they've gone out and engaged people and they've said, yes, we want to see density on 109th Street, and then we do a community-led plan, is it going to be contradictory to the PGA, complementary to the PGA? Is there some other aspect to it? I know, Anjali, we talked about maybe different FARs or something.
I'll start
whoever
and just
jump
let
in.
Anjali finish. Just in that sense, I think I said this in my presentation, that this is the first step in the conversation. I think there's a ton of great work that came out of there. I think that when you're I did a consensus building on water policy. It's my job. It's what I do. And, it's the proverb, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. And yes, we're coming to this conversation. The community unequivocally said the whole time, don't upzone 81st Ave and don't upzone North Garneau. North Garneau was removed, but 81st Ave remains. There's a few FAR issues and those sorts of things. And we really said, we really need to take a step back and talk about what we really need in the community and how to meet those density targets and what really matters and what really matters to the people who are most affected by those changes. And so I think I think it builds on the PGA conversation. Certainly the feedback was great. The conversation was great, but it was a conversation 2 times. And it was at the advise level of engagement. It wasn't at the create level of engagement, which takes a lot more work. I agree. So working on that. Yeah.
So the rub is really 81st Ave. Everything else
I think it's complicated, but go ahead.
Yeah.
I think the rub is we want to look at the community as a whole. Certainly 81st Ave is a big piece of it. I think 85th Ave is a big piece of it. I think FARs are a part of it. I think ideally the problem with this is, you know, the starting point of this conversation was rezone the whole neighborhood, and that puts everyone's backs up.
Could you jump in on the FAR point? What would you be wanting to see there?
I think the FARs don't, like, if you actually look at what the market will build for those FARs, I think the FARs are too high. I think you don't actually achieve the heights that you want. You'll just end up with very squat, very, like a very high site coverage building. This is something that I've talked about specifically with Neil, who comes from more of a design and that design policy background, that like we need to, I think we really want to be outcome focused, and this is what we're seeing. And it also goes to this question about, you know, why is RM like problematic? Is it micro squeeze? Well, the reality of what's getting built isn't consolidated parcels with, you know, different types of units. The reality is houses are getting picked off one by one, and someone is maximizing, you know, 15, 20, sometimes like over 20 units on a 33-foot lot. So again, our goal is to be outcome oriented and to meet all of our objectives.
Yeah, no, okay, that's helpful. So when I have a chance to ask questions of administration, that's kind of the line of questioning I'll ask. And I think I hear you also saying there might be a bit of a timeline question here. If, I mean, the one industry representative this morning was saying some of this is on a 5-year timeline or what? So is there a way that some of this might be happening concurrently?
Yeah, while the smaller scale stuff, the one-offs are happening very quickly, so we want to get ahead of that.
So you both have been talking about embracing density. You want all neighborhoods to look like Garneau. How do we work with some neighborhoods who haven't even had one infill yet, and they're saying, "Whoa, I guess I'm out of time."
Yeah,
sorry, that's not fair, but
I'm happy to answer that later.
sure. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Chair Stevenson. You can answer it now. I'm not going to take a whole 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Sure, thank you. I think we can look to what's working in Garneau. Like, I think Garneau is a beautiful example in the city that a lot of people don't really know until you come there. I take Ubers once in a while, and when I get an Uber driver pick me up, they're like, oh, wow. Like, most people, when you imagine, like, a central neighborhood, you think apartments, and it's not for family life, and, like, this is a stereotype that people tend to have. And when you come to Garneau, you see, hey, that stuff exists, the apartments, but all the high-rises, but we also have this like really charming residential feel where people know their neighbors. There's that sense of community. And I think this can be a model for the city. And instead of saying, hey, you know, Garneau, you're doing it great, more people should live there. Let's not think about what makes it great and just like cram in as many people as we can. Not to say that we won't take more people. We're happy to do that. There are places for it. But instead of like showing like this is like the great lifestyle you can have, look at all the people that can walk to work, look at all the people that can take LRT, look at the fact that, hey, you could still live in a duplex or a townhouse or even a single family home or an apartment building, and you could have a same quality of life because of how this neighborhood is built, because of all of the variety of uses. The different types of people. We have professors and nurses and artists and students and seniors. Like, all of these people can live in this neighborhood because of the mix that we have now. The mix is one of the essential components of Garneau and what makes it special and what we can sell to other communities.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. I do have a question. Kelly Butts, are you still online?
Yes, I am.
Hi there. I recall you saying that you lived in a high-rise in Garneau prior to
Near Garneau. I was in the old Strathcona
near Garneau. Okay. And so your take on having high-rises in Garneau, you're in favor of it, is my take, since you yourself had lived in one near Garneau.
Yeah, there's great places on right along arterial roads where it makes sense to have those types of structures.
Okay.
And I wouldn't suggest changing that. I think what we're talking about here is encroaching into some of the more interior spaces. Okay. And, that's a change.
Yeah, right. Okay, great. I just wanted to clarify that it was on the arterial roads where you're thinking that you'd rather see that kind of infrastructure. Okay, thank you. And then Ms. Finn, Elizabeth Finn, you as well had said you had lived in an apartment. So it's not that you're necessarily against apartments, or it's just certain areas. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think we've all kind of hit on this. It's the mix that's the key, and ensuring that we keep that right ratio to keep that desirability for the neighborhood, which is part of that mix. So I think there's some excellent opportunity that I could go on quite a rant about places that it makes really good sense to increase high rises, to increase density, to do all that sort of stuff, while still maintaining that unique feel that we've all talked about in that Garneau area.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then Jesse Sonoff, are you still there?
Hi.
Hi there.
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you say you're an infill builder?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I've built apartments in Garneau, but they look like houses because that's what our current zoning allows us to do.
Okay, great. And yeah, I was just really interested in what you had said about RS to RM not likely. Is it not likely to increase the density, or is it?
Right. So like right now with RS, I could build a 5-unit apartment where each unit is 3 bedrooms or 4 bedrooms. But the constraints in the RS zone would force me to make it look more like a house rather than like a very large apartment. So, you could still go from a single family home to a 5-unit apartment and increase the density, 5-6 times without doing any of these changes that would be proposed in the PJ.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Like there's lots of room to increase density right now.
Okay, yeah, great. Thank you. And then Steph Neufeld with EFCL. So you're not here speaking on behalf of EFCL.
I am not.
Correct? Okay. Yeah, and I might follow up later with what Councillor Wright was asking. I had the same line of questioning. But just quickly, you said that there are 250 people per hectare currently?
Including jobs, yeah.
Including jobs. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any further questions to this panel, so you can all return to your seats for those who've joined us in person. We did have another speaker register in favor, so as per our policies of alternating between those in favor and those against, we'll go to our next panel of those in favor. I apologize that speaker is
Matthew Boonstra.
Matthew Boonstra. Matthew, are you there with us?
Yes, I am.
Great.
It just doesn't want me to use my camera, but I am here.
Okay, not to worry. We're happy to go to you. You'll have 5 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And thank you, Council, and to the administration as well for putting together this proposal. It's very exciting for me. Just for some context, I'm in my 20s, born and raised in the area, and I went to the U of A for both my bachelor's and my undergrad or my master's. So very familiar with the housing in the area, both for Garneau as well as areas along the Valley Line where I live now. And I think it's really important. I've been listening to a lot of the people both in favor and opposed to this. And I think it's really important for us to sort of zoom out and look at the forest, the whole context, not just the trees, because these locations are very strategically designated. For instance, in Garneau, I agree with even the people opposed. Garneau is a beautiful neighborhood. It's also right next to the University of Alberta, one of the country's biggest universities, tens of thousands of students attending right now, with tens of thousands more projected to join in the coming years, because they really do want to ramp up their student body. Now, when I first moved by the university, just for context, I was with half a dozen roommates. We were crammed into a home from the 1940s. It was, we called it slanty. Its nickname was slanty for years because it was slanting and shifting. It was falling apart. But we had no other options because, oddly enough, for being one of the country's largest institutions of education, there were very few at the time apartment buildings and multi-unit residential buildings available for us to look at. So those homes, there's people talking about how there's homes not owned by residents. That's because most of them are being rented out to students just because they have nowhere else to go. Now, on that note, there were also concerns raised that this is a form of deregulation, and that concern was very pervasive as well during the zoning bylaw renewal. And it's really important, again, to consider that this isn't deregulation. That we're not removing regulations. We are right sizing them to fit the broader context, whether for properties that are by a major university, properties along a major transportation corridor like the Valley Line West. It's about acknowledging that these are more than places for people to live. They are places for people to gather, to work, and most importantly, places that we want lots of people to live, gather, and work, because we are putting billions of dollars of our public money into these projects. If we look at the Valley Line Southeast, for example, they're working on getting the ridership up, but there's a ways to go. As infill increases, more people will use it. Now, aside from that, having increased density in these key areas will also meet a lot of other goals that the city has, whether increasing affordability, because more residents will be able to get by without needing 1 or 2 cars for their household, supporting local businesses because they have more people within their catchment area. This really does tick off a lot of boxes, not to mention the longer term cost implications for the infrastructure, having more people paying for the same level of infrastructure. Now, having these, let's say, buildings, even if they do have smaller units, because apartments can have 3 or more bedrooms, but even those that are micro units or 1 bedroom, maybe, like I said before, the houses right now are going mainly to students as rentals. So if we have more apartments that are the right size for students, then there's more homes available for families that want to live in that neighborhood for many more years. Now, there's ways I would want this to be improved, but there's also, as we heard, a lot of concern about this as it is. So a lot of compromises were made on both sides. We cannot let perfect be the enemy of good. And we also cannot try to freeze our neighborhoods in time to maintain what we think is the perfect image for that time. There were a few people mentioning they had paintings of their homes. Personally, I would love to have a home.
Thank you, Matthew.
We can't afford the luxury. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks for joining us. I'll ask any of my colleagues who have questions of our speaker to sign up. Councillor Jantz?
Yeah, just wondering if you were aware of the U of A making any moves towards building student housing in the near or distant future.
So thanks for the question, Councillor. I am not aware of any current plans. I could be out of touch here. Last I recall, they are not currently looking at building any new student residences. They do have a couple of residential developments underway, Missioner Park and the West 240, sort of near South Campus. But those are, large land developments for a public consumption, you could say.
And just to one further question. So you feel that broadly looking at these 3 areas, these are the correct areas for densification in the city close to transit?
Thanks for the follow-up. I think they are a good start. So you are correct. I think it's vital that we have lots of housing available within walking distance to our education institutions, within walking distance to mass transit, There are a lot of other areas within the city that I think meet that criteria. We could look at the area around Nate. I know Blatchford is underway, but there's 3 other areas that border Nate. So, and 2 of them are residential. There's also, the Capital Line LRT, which is seeing more infill, but there's still a ways to go.
Okay, so
This is a start.
Oh, sorry, please continue.
Oh, I was done. This is a start.
Oh, I
Not
see.
the end, but it's good progress.
Right. So when you were saying there were some tweaks you wanted made, you weren't referring to those 3 areas in general. You were referring to just more nuance piece.
So yeah, and when I said tweaks, what I was more so hinting at, I could say, is that sort of like the previous speakers who were in favor, there was land in the initial proposal for this that was withdrawn. I understand some of it is due to complementary zoning already being there, but in other cases it was to maintain the heritage of the neighborhood. Personally, not a huge fan of that. Don't get me wrong. I'm a huge. I really do appreciate history, and I think it's important to preserve what we can. But I think in a housing crisis, it's more important that people just have homes in general.
Okay. Yeah. No, because the question I have for administration is, what about the areas closer to West Edmonton Mall, or what about the areas close to Millwoods Town Center? Like we put $1 billion into the Valley Line Southeast, and why not kind of capitalize on some of the cheaper real estate or more inexpensive real estate, pardon me, in those areas to try and catalyze growth around Millwoods, for instance. I was just wondering if you had thoughts on that.
No, definitely. Not much just to say I agree with you. I think, it would be nice to see more around Millwoods and West Edmonton Mall, areas like that. Again, if we're able to get more people living within walking distance to their jobs, to mass transit, to commercial areas, and we can weed them off of, if not all their vehicles, just 1 or 2 for their household, that still saves them thousands of dollars a year in unnecessary expenses. And that'd be great for everyone, I think.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions this time, so thank you very much to Speaker Boonstra for joining us. You're welcome to continue listening in, but and at the end, we'll have an opportunity to ask questions of other information if you're able to stay. We'll go next to our second panel of those in opposition. So I'll call your name if you're here in person. The clerks will help you down to your seats. And if you're online, if you can just confirm that you're with us. So Wendy Antoniak, hi, welcome. Marie Gordon, hi, welcome. Walter Pavlik. Walter, are you there? Okay, we'll come back. Carol Secord. Carol, are you there?
Yes, I'll just come on screen.
Great, thank you.
On.
It's okay to keep your camera off for now if you can just stay muted, and I'll call on you when it's your turn. Stephen Lakey. Stephen, are you there online? Okay, I'll come back. Kevin Taft. Hi, thank you. You can take your seat. Debbie Cronwit-Martin.
I'm here online.
Thank you. And just a reminder, if folks can stay muted if they're online until we come to you. Perfect. Christine Lefebvre.
Here.
Lefebvre, thank you.
Lefebvre, yep.
Thank you for the phonetic pronunciation, which I still got wrong, but appreciate you having it there. David Crittenden. David, I'll come back. Nancy Hunt.
Yes, I'm here online.
Great, thank you. David Percy.
I'm here online. I have to leave for an appointment about 3:10, so I may not be online when my turn comes.
Okay. Well, we'll see if we can accommodate you. 3:10. Thank you. And just a reminder to stay muted until it is your turn. Peter Fox. Oh, hello, thank you. You can come down to your seat. Alvin Mappa. Is Alvin here or online? Okay, we can come back. And then we have Willow McIntosh. Is that you, Willow? Yeah, okay, perfect. And Louis Tremp. Yeah, Louis, are you there? Okay. Well, thank you very much. It's looking like our speakers are settled. So happy to go to Wendy Antoniuk. You have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Wendy Antoniuk. I'm speaking today as the president of the Old Glenora Conservation Association. I represent over 300 people and more people in broader Glenora community. Thanks for this opportunity to participate in this important democratic process. I've been a part of all these PGA discussions from the onset to 3 years ago. Throughout the process, I expressed the same concerns I'm going to express today. Despite participating in every feedback opportunity, I do not see my views, nor those that I represent, reflected in administration's reports and presentations. I represent a historic neighborhood, and our concerns to preserve the area were expressed but not listened to. The city spent over $500,000 to confirm Glenora is a historic neighborhood. It recommended 3 DC1 heritage areas across the Stony Plain Road area south. It was put on hold because of a lack of funding. At that time, it was a mere $100,000. The completion of the Heritage Places strategy, which is just getting place first meeting tomorrow, was the reason that it was also delayed. And the historic nature should have been considered when considering and selecting this area for a PGA, but it was dismissed. So all of these things are happening. We're waiting for the heritage strategies project, which is starting tomorrow, and what's going ahead is the PGA of the area. So our area has the Carruthers Caveat, and it was designated to create a unique garden city neighborhood from 1911 to today. Many Glenora and Capitol Hill property owners bought their properties because of the caveat, and the caveat is what preserves the historic garden city. So the caveat is on 23 properties in the PGA, south of Stony Plain Road and west of 142 Street. All of the proposed PGA developments would contravene the caveat. So the caveat has been repeatedly upheld in the Alberta courts, and as recently as 2024. Because of this caveat, no new developments will occur on these properties without court challenge. There will be court cases that will take years and years, as other Carruthers caveat property holders, over 400, are ready and very willing to challenge and fund any proposed breach of the caveat. So I understand the intent of the PGAs is to speed up densification. So why is the city upzoning this caveat area when they know that high and mid-rise density developments will be challenged in the court and nothing will be built? There are already 6 mid-rise developments approved over the past 7 to 10 years. And in every one of these that's been approved in this area, nothing has been built. There's no development plans, no sign of any development. They're not works in progress, just nothing. The one thing that has happened is that land has sold back and forth to various people. Developers and realtors are making money, speculators and realtors. Unlike what was mentioned, they're not works in progress, they're just vacant. So how does forcing this upzoning make new buildings happen? It will be more of the same. No new buildings, just court cases. Instead, this upzoned land will be left sterilized. If the city still proceeds with the suggested infrastructure upgrades in this area to accommodate the proposed upzoning, this will be a colossal misuse of public funds to upgrade infrastructure in an area where nothing can be built. So projects that would add density under the R zone will now be denied, awaiting a larger project that will never happen, sterilization. Well, nothing will be built. This upzoning leads to increase in land value as a result of speculation and land transfers but no buildings. Developers are building wealth, not buildings. If these new upzoning developments somehow all did occur, the waste would not only be the former new infill buildings, but the decimation of historic homes and an irreplaceable mature tree canopy. So coupled with the LRT and the major intersection that is almost all concrete, the entire area would become a heat dome. As Professor Agrawal's recent study showed, temperatures increase 6 to 12% in predominantly concrete cities. So the question to ask is, what are you trying to do? If it's to add density, this won't do it. So who benefits from the exercise? As I said, speculators, realtors. Who loses are taxpayers due to wasted time and infrastructure costs. Residents lose because of derelict properties, and all citizens lose the historic character in homes, and citizens in search of housing lose too because nothing can be built. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we'll go to Mary Gordon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Marie Gordon. I'm here to address some concerns about the city's approach to priority growth areas. So I have three broad concerns about Bylaw 21228. And I offer these because, best intentions aside, there seems to be a real disconnect between this plan to move forward and the growing concerns of a great number of Edmontonians about the cumulative on-the-ground impact of the new zoning bylaw, the district plans, district policy, and the city's plan to dramatically upzone certain priority growth areas. So my concerns relate to, firstly, the real problem of land value inflation and land speculation. Secondly, the need for current evidence-based planning. And thirdly, our urgent need to build environmental sustainability into every planning step we take. So firstly, land speculation. The bylaw mandates automatic upzoning intended to support more compact development, but without safeguards, this also invites speculative investment. We've already seen examples where land values rise sharply, pricing out long-time residents while actual development is delayed or actually never materializes. My worry is that speculation increases inequality, displaces communities, and undermines the very goals of infill. The focus on profitability off dealing in land is a given. The need to create positive, livable, beautiful housing is often lost in the mix. And I'm not talking just about ownership, I am talking about rentals. In Glenora and Garneau, land has been upzoned and left vacant or derelict for years. I urge Council to pause while we consider policies that tie upzoning to actual development timelines, community benefits, and in whatever way we can, affordability requirements. To continue to subscribe to the idea that simply adding volume increases affordability is to ignore both the statistical reality as well as the wisdom of respected urban planners and architects. Secondly, evidence-based decision-making. Planning has to be grounded in current realities. Edmonton's population growth is slowing, and economic uncertainty continues to affect many residents. Interprovincial migration may well be slowing with the Premier's talk of separation. Blanket growth assumptions from previous years, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, may no longer apply. We're told by the city that it achieved actually 97% in the first year of a 3-year expected plan in mid-rise density. So our assumptions and our plans need to be aligned. We needed to update data and analysis on housing demand, affordability, and demographics to ensure the priority growth areas are aligned with real need and not outdated projections. And lastly, I want to emphasize the environmental stakes. Edmonton's urban tree canopy is one of our greatest climate assets. Yet infill development combined with the dramatic upzoning proposed leads to significant canopy loss, especially when not properly regulated. We still have no private tree protection bylaw. City Council has not required developers to build rough-in facilities for solar panels or EV charging. Many of us worry about the impact of medium and high-rise residential properties as well as tall RS structures on encouraging Edmontonians to invest in solar energy rather than relying on hydrocarbons. Priority growth areas must include strategies to preserve mature trees, increase permeable surfaces, and incorporate green spaces and green infrastructure. I think everybody here agrees environmental sustainability isn't a bonus, it's a necessity, and we have to treat it as such given our current knowledge. As we grow, we have to try and carefully meet a range of goals, not simply achieving volume. A community-led process, environmental sustainability, a keen and a critical eye on what's happening to land values, and the need for current population and economic projections. These all merit us taking a pause on this bylaw to make sure we're getting it right and achieving much more than simply volume. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we will go to Carol Secord, joining remotely. Please go ahead. Carol, we see you on the screen. Go ahead, please.
There we go. Okay, now I want to make you smaller again so that I can see my notes. There we go. Okay, thank you. So thank you for this opportunity to speak. The goals of density and affordability have been primary drivers in this city-led rezoning process. However, in a previous hearing, Kaylin Anderson, CEO of Build Edmonton in this very council chambers, clearly stated it is not industry's responsibility to focus on affordability. The remainder of that conversation was in camera. So I have no idea how the city has worked with that advice. We still continue to think that more equals affordability, and it doesn't. Speakers in favor of the PGA this morning indicated that increased density has not decreased rents in older properties, and it has increased rents in new properties. Of course, new costs more. Governments managing growth always lead to increased costs for consumers, the end user, when it creates opportunity only for private sector investment. How much profit can I make in this environment? That's the driver. City of Edmonton policy has given the cookies and the cookie jar to investors and builders. The district planning process, land use bylaw, and the PGA process have had community engagement that has been designed to weaken and prevent a cohesive community, neighborhood-based voice. I believe there has been an assumption and a blind spot built into this process that neighborhoods, the assumption being that neighborhoods always resist change. Therefore, we have to manufacture and manage change. They won't come along with us. The process that we've had has prioritized every other interest group while homeowners were waiting for the old civic engagement process to occur. That is why in previous hearings you would hear so many angry people speaking because they felt left out of the process and caught unaware. The speakers in favor this morning have said there has been adequate engagement because they represent interest groups other than homeowners with a neighborhood focus. The city plan is aspirational. I participated in that survey and I believe in city building with a future focus. However, ever since 2020, the administration has been listening to the building industry and urban planning interest groups focused on rapid densification and the user experience of investors and builders. Today, you heard from speakers on heritage, on affordability, on neighborhood input and thoughtful inclusive engagement. These components of the city plan remain unaddressed, and the PGA process as it is will still not focus on these things. They have said it was an engagement process that was lacking, and they have proposed clear actions to address this. I'm really pleased that I've spent all these hours listening. I've learned a lot, and Council, you have been given a lot of really, really good ideas. Upzoning. What's happening in my neighborhood? Speculation is rampant. There's been an escalation of land values. Young families trying to buy the older property as their starter home and then use the other zoning opportunities like basement suites, garage suites, backfill housing to create gentle densification are engaged in bidding wars with developers. And guess who's winning? The developers. The policies and practices have been weakening neighborhoods, creating chaos and uncertainty. The primary growth area does not guarantee affordability. And as David Onashenko said this morning, it penalizes homeowners. Jesse Sonoff, who's a builder, has already said you can achieve significant densification without implementing the PGA. I oppose the PGA as it is currently proposed. We have lots of opportunity to use the existing mechanisms and involve neighborhoods in the next growth plans. Pause and include community-led planning processes in this next important phase of city building. The city has already achieved its goal for mid-rise housing. Transportation corridor growth should be incremental. Aldred has owned land in my neighborhood in the primary corridors of Stony Plain Road and 124th Street for decades. It maintained the older renter units so that it provided safe, affordable housing. This previous model worked. We need diversity of housing types in neighborhoods and corridors, and this current aggressive redevelopment environment is creating a reality of new rental housing, and it's excluding entry points for new home ownership. It does not include thoughtful age in your neighborhood housing opportunities. So I thank you for this opportunity to speak. I encourage you to take time and really actively consider all the information that's been shared today. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'll see if Walter Pavlik is joining us.
Yes,
Please.
I am here. Thank you so much.
Go ahead, please. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. First of all, thanks for the opportunity to speak on this very important issue. Obviously talking here about the priority growth areas, or PGAs. And I just want the council to better understand, maybe I can better understand as a result, the rationale for the PGAs. If the objective is to scale up the use of land and increase density, why do these PGAs not include the Blatchford area or the Coliseum or the exhibition lands? Because they're not part of the PGA. As you know, the city spent literally hundreds of millions of dollars buying out the leaseholders and property owners around Blatchford, and it is woefully underdeveloped. It has the LRT going to it. It's centrally located, but still it hasn't been developed. Let's look at that before we decide to go down other areas and allow PGAs to unilaterally take away established residential neighborhoods from their residents. This council has to really ask probing questions of administration and ask them for the rationale for PGAs when you have these great tracts of land that could readily be developed, just waiting to be developed, that meet every criteria, central, LRT, but they're not being developed. Why? Now, you know, back a couple of years ago when Andrew Corbo was the city manager, he said that the district plan, he said this, and this was recorded in the journal, the district plan would not mean that a skyscraper will be built next to your house. Yet, this is exactly where this is headed. So people don't understand the impact of this, and they're being told, quite frankly, erroneous information. That takes me to the next point, which is consultation. The consultation on this has been inadequate. You know, last year at the hearing for the district plan, people attended and they were a little upset. They said they didn't have proper consultation. A survey completed by the organization Better Infill showed 94% of people were unfamiliar with the details of the plan and 44% had never heard of it. Yet the city proceeded. And the fallout from that, of course, is very unhappy property owners, particularly property owners who are finding out that there are 8 plexes being built on their blocks, in some cases multiple. This results in angry people. Communities are mobilizing as a result. For example, in Crestwood, over 300 people showed up at a community meeting last week, and there's another meeting being held tomorrow. They're actively taking steps to fight back and certainly considering what legal action they can take. People are awakening from their slumber, and they're very unhappy. Their prized and most valuable asset is being impacted forever. And let's talk about this PGA consultation. This consultation is at the advise level, not the create level. Apparently, admin says that because the city plan was out there, it was enough for them to skip to the create level. skip the create level, go straight to the advise level. Advise is basically, this is what's going to happen, not what should happen. Now, people, with respect to this advice consultation, received a card in the mail, and many with 1 day's notice. And at the meeting, the city heard from a large number of residents who were all opposed to the PGA. There was a very small group of people there that said they supported it. But the outcome of the report showed people were in favor. That was said. It did not recognize any of the people that were opposed. All the people that were opposed were ignored. So the consultation process is seriously flawed. And, this is an experience that's consistent with a heritage project of historic inventory the city took place. $500,000 was spent. There was a meeting. At that meeting, one of the people in the neighborhood said, I never got notice. Well, the subcommittee of the council that heard that said, well, you didn't get notice? Well, that's a big deal. We're not going to proceed. So we have to take a look and make sure people get the adequate notice and get the adequate input. Now, look at the notice requirements. Online, it says if greater than 500 parcels are being rezoned, notice can be given by posting on the city's website. That is not adequate notice. I urge you to press pause, particularly in light of the upcoming election. 5 months is a small pause to make a better city. Edmonton deserves much better. It deserves better planning. It deserves city-focusing planning, and does not deserve another failure like Blatchford. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'll see if Stephen Lakey is joining us remotely. No, we'll next speaker is Kevin Taft joining us in person.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. The bylaw before you today is framed as a land use bylaw. It is that, and it is much more. Among many things, it is also a bylaw about land value. For land use and land value are inseparable. Yet no consideration is being given to the enormous implications of this bylaw for land value, and until such consideration is made, I believe Council should not pass this bylaw. Early last month, I had a cordial conversation with 2 city planners on this file. I had what I considered were basic questions for them. What is the assessed value of the land being rezoned? I asked. I was told that wasn't a land use issue, so it hadn't been considered. I then asked, what will be the impact of the rezonings on the values of the properties involved? The planners agreed that rezoning to higher density almost always increases land values, but again, this wasn't a question of land use, so it hadn't been considered. I was left wondering how you can separate land use from land value. I don't believe you can, so when Council is considering a land use bylaw of this scale, it should consider the bylaw's implications for land value. I could find no land value analysis done by the city, so I did one on my own. There are 1,286 parcels listed for rezoning in Schedules E, F, G, and H of this bylaw. I used a random number generator to obtain a sample of 102 of the parcels, which gives a 90% confidence level and a margin of error of 7.8%, which is certainly good enough to get a picture. I then used slim maps to get the assessed value of each of those sampled 102 parcels. The values ranged from $1,500 for a tiny sliver of land to $7.8 million. The average value was $1.13 million per parcel. When this average is applied to the 1,286 parcels, it suggests the total land value of these properties is in the order of $1.453 billion. So Council today is making a decision with billion-dollar implications, and yet the reports submitted to Council make no consideration of what this might mean. Developers tell me rezoning easily adds 25%, 50%, or even more to the value of land. If we go with a bare minimum increase of 25%, we're talking about adding $363 million in value to these properties. In other words, and I want you to listen carefully, if Council passes this bylaw, you instantly create $363 million, quite possibly more, in windfall profit for the owners of these properties. It's called windfall profit because the people making the profit do nothing to get it. It falls out of the sky. It's unearned. It's unjust, it's inflationary, and it's not clear that the public benefit of this mass rezoning is worth this cost. So I'm left wondering, why not just wait for landowners to apply for rezoning? I want to leave you with some questions. You, as a council, are creating this windfall profit for landowners, so why don't you get something back in terms of public amenities, architectural standards, or energy performance? The higher land value will be passed along inevitably to consumers, including local business operators paying higher rents because the buildings they work out of are more highly valued. Has the impact on local business owners in these areas been considered? Has Council considered the inflationary implications of this rezoning? As the prices in these rezoned areas rise, they send an inflationary price signal to properties right across the city. If land values along 124th Street or in Garneau rise, land values elsewhere are not going to fall. They're also going to rise. Edmonton's housing prices are already rising among the fastest in the country. Why is Council adding fuel to that fire? There are so many unaddressed questions concerning this bylaw, it would be, in my view, reckless to pass it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Debbie Cornwit-Martin.
Hello. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Increased density in and around the downtown and along LRT corridors is good planning. However, I'm in opposition to the generic one-size-fits-all approach and having multiple priority growth areas rezoned simultaneously for administrative efficiency. The concept of priority growth areas was developed in 2018-19, and social and economic conditions have changed considerably. 2018-2019, it appeared that Canada was moving towards doubling its population by the mid-2070s, primarily through immigration. We are proudly a country of immigrants. Unfortunately, changes to the immigration policies had increased immigration well beyond Canada's ability to provide infrastructure and services to support that growth. This was the single greatest contributor to housing shortages, and immigration became an election issue. The new federal government has capped visas for temporary foreign workers and foreign students at 5% of our population, down from 7.3%. They have also reduced permanent resident admissions from 464,000 to 2024 to 365,000 in 2027. The primary driver for population growth has been reduced by roughly 30%. Alberta is impacted by these changes. Even prior to the new immigration caps, with the immigration policy changes implemented in 2024, net migration in Alberta was declining. In Q4 2023, net migration to Alberta was 44,032 people. And in Q4 2024, it had dropped by 42.5% to 25,300. Interprovincial migration to Alberta is also declining. In Q4 2024, it was 13,074, a 20% reduction from Q4 2023. So what are the risks? First, you are making major changes to numerous neighborhoods when you no longer know if the scale of development will be required. Second, while low-level upzoning such as those associated with infill housing do not generally greatly increase land values, more extensive upzonings do. Depending on the existing zone use and conditions, major upzonings frequently double or triple land values. If the assessed value of the land is increased by 100 to 200%, property owners will pay considerably higher taxes. Yes, a windfall to you too. This may be their breaking point. For properties with tenants, the cost will be passed on to them. On 124th Street, it's possible that several tenants that contribute to the wonderful vitality of the area to be priced out of the market. Vitality. I heard that word often to justify the district plans and zoning bylaws. Yet loss of vitality in areas such as Garneau and 124th Street is exactly what you are risking with these massive zoning changes. Vitality isn't just about the number of people living in a place. While upzoning makes sense, it needs to be scaled and managed to avoid risks to communities, businesses, and infrastructure. Finally, the economic and demographic and market study the city prepared reported stated that the city should plan for accommodating 1.8 million residents and not attempt to accommodate an additional 200,000 residents through infill. The reason for their recommendation was that the housing supply required to do this would not align with the demand. Their research found that over 50% of home buyers still prefer single-family homes and will wait to save to buy them. If you wish to see examples of the impacts of where supply does not align with demand, simply look at Southern Ontario today. Numerous cities allowed extensive development of high-rise shoebox condos, taking the limited construction trades away from the lower-scale housing. Condo demand and prices have tanked, and the demand for single-family homes has increased. There's still a housing shortage, but supply does not align with demand, and that's become a huge social and financial issue. Learn from the mistakes of other areas. Take a targeted, needs-based approach to rezoning. Talk to your communities, talk to your people, put people first. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Christine Lefebvre, joining remotely.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors and Mr. Mayor. My name is Christine Lefebvre, and I live in Capitol Hill. I'm here to discuss the PGA. I live in one of the affected areas where council's proposing unilaterally upzoning from where currently single-family homes exist to medium and high density. Over the last few years in my neighborhood, council has approved upzoning RMH12 and RMH23 on several properties, including 10209 138th Street, 13511 102 Ave, 13082 102 Ave, and 10240 136th Street, just to name a few. Besides being upzoned, the other thing these properties have in common is the fact that not one has a single development proposal. Many of these properties have changed hands several times. One historical house left to neglect mysteriously burned down last August. Afterwards, it was demolished, including removing all of the lovely mature trees, and then it was again resold. Why? Why is this happening, you might ask? Well, while council refuses to acknowledge any type of caveat in their zoning laws, the truth is that all these properties have the Carruthers caveat on their titles. And the truth is the caveat's been upheld as recently as 2024. So why the push to continue priority zoning when, by my estimation, there are at least an additional 23 of the 1,400 proposed upzone properties which have this caveat on their title? Included in these 23 properties are 6 brand new homes. What a hardship property owners and an environmental waste to discard these homes built through lot division to now propose bulldozing them. I love my neighborhood. It has various housing types and different architectural styles reflected throughout Edmonton's history. Its curvilinear streets reflect the natural flow of the river valley. And while the city envisions density, the developers envision dollar signs. But the truth is, this bylaw will increase more sterilization of these caveat properties. The truth is, no one gets to live there. I'm really confounded by the push to densify these knowns and corridors, when the reality is our downtown is failing, and the one thing it really needs is more density. I'm not sure why administration is pressing for this bylaw. Kim Petrin has touted the success of already achieving 97% of the city's goal for mid-rise density and increased the overall housing supply by 50%. Why the push for even more? Why not continue to focus on empty downtown parking lots, finishing Blatchford, the Quarters, or the Coliseum lands? This morning, there was even an article in the CBC, why parking lots dominate the land north of Rogers Place. If council persists with this bylaw,
Properties in my neighborhood will continue to be sterilized. Homeowners in other mature neighborhoods will see the further erosion of their property rights. How would you feel if the control of the single most important financial decision you have ever made, buying your own home, is taken away from you because you're no longer able to build anything but a medium density apartment building or a high rise? I find it ironic that one of the reasons used to argue against and defeat the mature tree bylaw was that it forced homeowners and developers to protect private trees, and that was contrary to private property rights. I'm curious to see how the script gets flipped on the narrative today. I agree that density is needed, but bylaws need to reflect the current needs of Edmontonians in this housing crisis. Zoning needs to be applied more surgically in order to not negatively impact affordability and not contribute to the further financialization of housing in this city. Zoning is one tool in the toolbox. This blanket policy is too heavy-handed. Instead of zoning with some surgical precision, this priority zoning bylaw is being performed with a hacksaw and no anesthesia. I've no doubt that this council will carry on with this haphazard and deeply unpopular PGA. Unfortunately, Edmontonians will pay the price, and I'm not sure what the rush is. Heritage policies are not in place, and the zoning bylaw review has yet to come. I urge the city to take more feedback and to take more time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will see if we have David Crittenden joining us. No, and we will go to, I'm going to actually see if David Percy can go next. David, are you there?
I am indeed.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. No doubt members of council are asking themselves why there is such public discontent at this stage with the new approach to zoning in general and priority growth areas in particular. I think one earlier speaker this afternoon got it right when this person said people didn't pay much attention until what they saw going on down their streets. And we're now in the situation where that's the case. So only now, when rapid development has begun, many communities have become aware of the extent of its effects. That's why we're seeing such widespread and deep frustration about the new rules. I'd like to deal with 3 points. First, the priority growth areas. The proposed rules for priority growth areas are radical and unprecedented in Canada. They go far further than existing zoning. Ordinary zoning limits what owners can do with their property to prevent activities that might be harmful to neighbors or to the public interest. The priority area rules go much further than that. They demand that owners must develop their property in a particular way, even if they do not want to. Suppose a property lies within a priority growth area and the owners intend to demolish their house and replace it with a similar house. Incredibly, the planners say they can't do that. They must replace the house with a building that is roughly between 4 and 8 stories in height, depending on the area. The owners cannot build a new single-family dwelling, but they must build something which they do not want. Instead, they've got to build a large multi-family dwelling. The bylaw denies the owners the basic right to continue to use their property in the way in which it has always been used. This is one of the greatest infringement on basic property rights of which I'm aware. I've discussed this with my colleagues who teach land use planning law as well. There isn't, as far as our consensus is, this is not permitted in any city in Canada. It's not permitted in the United Kingdom. It's not permitted in Australia, and it's unconstitutional in the United States. I don't think council should approve that under these circumstances. My second point deals with the new approach to zoning, which has shattered the expectations that traditionally come with home ownership. Normally, people buy a home with a degree of certainty about the rules that apply in their neighborhood. Most Edmonton homeowners did exactly that. They may have heard about public consultation, but only when they saw new developments ravaging their neighborhood did they realize how bad it was. Now homeowners find themselves in a free-for-all in the development of established neighborhoods. This affects people's rights in many ways. To take a simple practical example, Suppose that a person chose to purchase a house intending to install solar panels. Until the new zoning bylaw, they could rely on maximum height restrictions to protect their investment. With the passage of the new bylaw, no sensible person in a mature neighborhood would seriously consider solar panels because their sunlight can be cut off by a large-scale development at any time. Despite the new bylaw, the public reaction today shows that many people still prefer the opportunity of living in a single-family neighborhood. Their inability to do so in the city drives them to purchase property beyond the Henday or in surrounding communities. It seems to me that other municipalities are very aware of this continuing demand. No doubt it explains the extraordinary plan of Leduc to annex 38 quarter sections for future growth. The main function of densification without limits in central Edmonton is to drive those who wish to own a single-family dwelling away from the city centre and to increasingly distant and frankly less well-planned locations in the metropolitan region. Finally, in the entire process of developing both the priority growth rules and the general zoning plan, the planning department has applied only one aspect of the city plan, densification, while it has ignored other equal goals of the city plan, such as heritage preservation. It's ironic that the planning department ignores the plan that is supposed to guide its own activities, choosing instead to push an excessively zealous policy of densification that is clearly not shared by much of the population. Now, you may say, oh, well, heritage discussion begins tomorrow. Yes, well, tomorrow the hope of the planners is this bylaw will be passed, and therefore heritage matters will take a distant second place from densification yet again. Finally, I should have to say this item is misdescribed. It's described as to allow for medium and large scale development in the priority growth areas. Remember, it does more than that. It requires it. It doesn't just allow it, it requires it by that single property rule. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Nancy Hunt.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity. Good afternoon, Your Worship. Good afternoon, Council. And I am here speaking specifically about Garneau. Oh, thank you. You've got my slides. First of all, I think we have a great opportunity here for what the Garneau Community League is presenting. We're presenting to amend the SCONA district plan. So this is what everybody wants. Let's collaborate in a detailed way at the beginning of the process so we don't have to go through 3 public hearings on another single lot rezoning. So we don't have to go through another long discussion about whatever the next plan might be. I've been involved in a couple of potential rezoning before, and honestly, the alignment up front is going to be what everybody needs. So I am in support of the Garneau's proposal to amend the SCONA district plan and get a really detailed look at our neighborhood. Thank you, first of all, to the city and Councillor Jan specifically about listening. So yes, the PGA presentations that we saw, I think it was September and November, we did see modifications based on our feedback, and we greatly appreciate that. And I think we are getting closer to a finish line. If you could move forward by 2 slides, please. I'm going to emphasize 3 points here. We'll go forward another slide. Thank you. Yeah. Overall, we know what we're solving for: some preservation, density, and mix of housing types. Okay, on to the next slide, please. We've heard some people talk about affordability, and I wanted to tell you my personal experience. So yes, in what's happening in Garneau is that it is difficult to get an affordable small-scale house. So if you have $1 million, there are opportunities. You have time to buy something. If you want to come into Garneau in a small scale house, properties disappear within hours, maybe it's just minutes of being listed. So before a listing even goes on the street, oftentimes a property is already bought by a developer. So it is actually difficult. And to promote affordability and housing diversity in Garneau, it's important that we have a critical mass of small scale housing as well. If you could go to the next one, please.
I wanted to make another point. Some of my neighbors have made some very good, clear presentations about 81st Avenue. So I live on 88th Avenue, and Councillor Jans was asking earlier if there's somebody here to speak to that. 88th Avenue, 81st Avenue, very similar situation. So I believe all the principles applied to 88th Avenue to keep it small scale in our discussion need to be applied to 81st Avenue, 100%. The other thing I wanted to comment on is to be designated historic. There was a question about why doesn't the whole block designate it historic? And actually you cannot. At the presentation the city made to us on April 1st, I learned some things about historic designation. And for example, if you have newer windows or if you have new shingles, you actually don't qualify. So it might still be a very historic house that fits in very well with the character of the neighborhood, but it's not possible for everybody. So next slide, please. This is the really important one. And we've had a little bit of alluding to this already, but the city needs housing. We have a housing crisis. We need housing. We have areas in Garneau that have for 40 years, more than 40 years, it was 1982, the previous zoning. They have been zoned for 4 stories, for 8 stories, and they're not developed. So I don't know the answer to this, but my question is, perhaps the zoning isn't the only factor here, and just upzoning might not lead to the results that you are looking for. So I think a deeper analysis, again, let's do the conversations, get an amendment in consultation with community so that we actually understand why it's for I would like a really nice multi-unit to be developed across the alley from me, but for 40 years that has not happened. So deeper conversations needed. I think this is a great opportunity. If you could go to the next one, please. Thank you. And this can be our final one. Great opportunity to collaborate on a community-specific conversation, the city plan's vision, schools, make sure we've got room for our kids, preserve our history and character of the community, and still enable density and diversity.
Thank you so much for joining us. We have 2 more speakers that I would like to add to panel 2 in opposition. Denise Innes as well as Diane Newman. Okay. Next speaker is Peter Fox.
Thank you, Councillor and Mayor and Council. I am fortunate to attend the hearing this afternoon. My name is Peter Fox, resident of Wiquentuin today. I find myself reluctantly a very retired bellwether senior citizen, if not redundant before you today, with a unique perspective. I'm in the process of locating to our city for a couple of years now. My need is necessary for access to professional and social amenities. So, non-gentry and coming from a village of 1,000 people, actually. I am in a process of finally moving into my condo, vintage, well-kept 4-story walk-up, and to my new old neighborhood, as I see it as Alberta's own Kitsilano, in a way. Also, a lifetime achievement for me. I appreciate that City Council and the Planning Department has recognized preservation of the green canopy. I am not representing such a rare demographic, maybe. Conscientious redevelopments for new residents is imperative. Will tear down, infill, densification, replacement of low to mid-rise with high-rise for express accommodation of the 104th Avenue of the business corridor, more so than the transit corridor necessarily. Even so, these are not necessarily mutually exclusive. I would not choose to live in the West Edmonton Mall. I live with MS today. I actually look forward to not having to drive so much in future. Cities are for people. Subjectively, if not objectively, the course of downtown redevelopment to this point in time is not conducive in all sectors of it to quality downtown residential living. Blatchford, east of 109th Street, a little bit north, lots of empty parking lots, lots of empty space, which I think has been planned for. Yes, Wauquentoin deserves low and mid-rise multi-unit preservation with incentives, new, unique, acknowledged, and historically unique characteristics of a unique neighborhood. A healthy mix of livable residential ambience, but the open tree-lined streets may be threatened by bad redevelopment. Efficient movement of people on weekdays and holidays and across the city does not need or require densification of mid-rise or high-rise residential buildings between 104th and Jasper. Universally or uniformly along the 104th Avenue corridor. Canada and Edmonton, from what I've heard latest, is or will be losing international students. It's a given. The world population is declining and stabilizing today. This is also new in 2025. This has implications beyond institutional or educational for Edmonton. There may neither be 2025 and beyond demands for student rentals. Micro-unit shoebox housing is being sold off in Toronto. Developers and owners can't get rid of the overbuild fast enough. Another lady presenter mentioned this. Property value, return on investment never has been my concern. But in so many respects, Garneau and Wauquentoin are not so different in terms of residential need, desire, human comforts. So I think the previous speakers, thank the previous speakers for important points that they have raised, real concerns. As one who is a fish and wildlife technician, the uniqueness of Edmonton's tree
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry 5 minutes are have concluded.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Elvin Mappa. Elvin Mappa joining us? No. Next, we will go to Willow McIntosh.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I didn't come here today with the intentions of speaking, but to gather information and to support those defending our neighborhoods. I'm speaking to you from an emotional level as a person who has always loved this city. My name is Willow McIntosh, and I believe one of the greatest gifts that we have living in Edmonton is our space. Our families get to live in single-family homes, or lots of us do, and we have yards and personal outdoor space. I believe that development is important, but it needs to be thoughtful and responsible. I heard Councillor Paquette earlier saying that our goal is to build a good city. And what does a good city look like? A good city has beautiful architecture that is kind of local and thoughtful. It has green spaces and, yes, a lot of vibrant community locations. Our communities need some pattern and a balance of order and variety. Each lot and each community is unique and should be treated as such. Community growth and development should improve and enhance a neighborhood. What improvement looks like in different communities is different in each community. The transportation corridor travels through many neighborhoods with varying needs. A newly designed low-rise and fourplex can definitely improve many places along like Stony Plain Road and 156. It is not, those same buildings are not an improvement between 142nd and 127th in the heart of Glenora or Westmount or in some of our older neighborhoods. Upzoning and densification in mid-block lots creates a design nightmare and scattered, disorganized-looking streets. An earlier speaker commented about how people wanted to live in mature neighborhoods. Mature neighborhoods are desirable because the buildings are older, because families have yards, and because there are mature trees and landscaping and boulevard trees that provide shade, beauty, and habitat for small animals. We have very few old communities in our city, and once those buildings are gone, they can't be rebuilt. Old is gone forever. I grew up in a family with not much money, but an appreciation for beauty, design, and architecture. We drove through communities such as Highlands, Windsor Park, Garneau, Westmount, and of course Glenora. My parents spoke about the beauty of the buildings, the size of the houses and the lots. These were magical to my young self and stirred a desire in me to get a good education and to work hard so that one day I could live in a neighborhood that had old houses and fancy streetlights. I now live in the beautiful community of Glenora. My house is only 2 lots away from the LRT track. In 2015, there were only 9 houses on my street, and now there are 15. Out of the 4 redevelopments, only 1 builder had a designer create unique individual designs to suit the community. 1 builder built a infill absolutely incompatible with the neighborhood, asking very similar prices. Those houses have been empty for 2 years. They're right outside my living room window. A developer earlier spoke about reducing the time in for permits to move forward more quickly, but architecture should last for at least a century. So time and thought should be put into that, into the permanence of those buildings. Older neighborhoods with character houses and large lots benefit not only those people who live there, but the dreamers as well, and I often see families just like mine driving through the community, pointing at houses. During the holidays such as Halloween, busloads of people drop off their families to go trick-or-treating, and still others just pack up children, friends, dogs to take a stroll through the streets. The main criteria when identifying what makes a beautiful city is interesting local architecture, green spaces, and vibrant community spaces. So we're hoping to build of the buildings, I've lost track of where I was going. So we absolutely need more housing, starting in and revitalizing the downtown core, where there are so many lots with low-rise buildings, where towers and businesses can be built.
I am so sorry.
I'm out of time.
Yes, I'm
I
so
did
sorry.
not think that would take 5 minutes since I just thought of it.
No, we do appreciate you joining us for
no
this
problem.
conversation. Thank you so much. We are at 3:28. We're going to take a break now, and we will be back at 3:45 and carry on with the rest of the speakers. Thank you. Until then, we are on recess. we have Forum. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack is not here because he is recusing himself. Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Okay, go. Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cardmell.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Here.
And Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
All right. Okay. Next speaker is Louis Tremp here. Louis Tremp. No. How about Denise Innes? Denise Innes. They just registered to speak recently, so.
We did. We don't see them online at the moment.
Okay, how about Diane Newman? Please come up just on that side.
Hi, am I there? Hello?
Hello? Is that right?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yes.
Hello?
Hi. Thank you for the opportunity.
Can you just hold for a minute? Sure. I'm sorry, who is online that trying to get our attention?
Oh, Denise Enns.
Okay, you're there. Okay, Denise Innes. Okay, I'll come back to you after we have heard from Diane Newman. Please go ahead, Diane.
Okay, sorry, thank you.
If you don't mind muting yourself, please. Okay.
Hi, my name is Diane Newman. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking from experience and common sense. My concern is about carbon monoxide in these intensely built neighborhoods. My concern about above the garage suites that may have as many as 4 garages underneath them, that the seals are maintained and not seeping any carbon monoxide into the above unit. My concern is that we have bathroom fans as soon as you walk into a bathroom and turn on the light, and yet there needs to be safety precautions built into above garage suites that are built. I'm also concerned about many of the close proximity of some of these houses and the multiple vents that come off of them, be it the furnace, dryer, fireplace, that these may increase the air vent openings. And as many times these high efficiency furnaces are simultaneously, coordinatedly exhausting at the same time that they are drawing fresh air into the building or for the burn factor. My concern gets to be that they are being built next door to older homes that may not be aware of the off-gassing of the neighboring infill units and the potential, if they do not have seals on their windows adequately, that it will draw the air into their home as well, because you have wind tunneling between buildings, you have a downdraft as the north wind comes over the peak of a house and the air pressure changes and drops the wind down, creating snowpack, creating a drift at the eaves and whatnot. So I feel that I've experienced problems where it was a sealed window, as well as the fact that we had different temperature requirements in the home, and I had a window that I had opened a crack in order to maintain compatibility and comfort within the home of different people. So while it was installed correctly, that there was still a problem with carbon monoxide seeping into the home. There are very
there is nobody who is willing to take the complaint and willing to monitor it or collect statistics or data on it and investigate. Yet we have a situation where the hyperbaric chamber at the Misericordia Hospital a year or so ago had stated they were seeing an increased number of calls for carbon monoxide and poisoning that they have to use the hyperbaric chamber for. The potential for blood clots is huge and devastating, hard for the doctors to treat with heparin or warfarin and ongoing medical dosage changes that have to happen in order to ensure the safety of the people. So these are my big concerns, that the healthcare is not monitoring, the Alberta government is not monitoring, the utility companies are not statistically gathering it so that we know that these high efficiency furnaces are suitable for our climate, and they've been tested on our structures, our wind, our sun, stucco bricks, etc., that impact the collection of that. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Denise Innes.
Sorry that I interrupted there. The time delay is a little bit problematic.
Yeah, please go ahead. You can make your presentation now. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, so my name is Denise Ent, and I'm from the community of Woodcroft. Although I don't live in the named neighborhoods in this bylaw, I do live in a district node and on a secondary corridor, and I'm expecting such a motion to affect me directly shortly, given the speed at which this council is moving, and I share many of my concerns with them. Clearly, I state my opposition to this bylaw and any similar mass re- or upzoning bylaws. My arguments are numerous and have been stated by many of the panelists already. So far, the rezoning of bylaw 20001 to my observations has not been the gentle transition that many of the councillors had said would occur. A number of the neighborhoods have drastically been changed. Property and housing prices have risen, not fallen. And contrary to the councillors who claim that this is to my advantage, I live on a very tight budget, and the city has revalued my property's worth and increased the tax rates. This makes things even tighter. Also, rents have not fallen but risen, some so drastically that firmly established renters have had to move due to drastic rent hikes. The list goes on. Instead, I would like to address some of the panelists' comments that to me seem contradictory and ask a few questions of my own. These vast mass upzonings are not considering the present geopolitical situation. Prime Minister Carney has stated that he plans to drop immigration to less than 1% of Canada's population, at least for over the next 3 years. This includes foreign students and temporary workers. The in-migration will be expected to reflect this rebalancing, as he says. And as student housing, universities are experiencing drastic cuts to their budgets, further exacerbated by higher foreign student tuition reductions. Many departments are getting smaller and smaller. More online courses are being promoted to the point that that physical attendance need not be required. I'd further like to comment on Jacob Dowing's statement on moving chains. It won't be possible for he and his friends to move into a house in Garneau when the time comes, because such dwellings will be developed out of existence, with less options available. He also answered Mayor Sohi that developing up is better than out, because infrastructure is already there. However, infrastructure hasn't been properly assessed. For example, in North Glenora, 135 Street is being closed tomorrow because sewage and storm drains have not cannot facilitate the population growth that infill has created. And this does not even include the permits in process. We must look at these assessments further and the infrastructure that just isn't there. These residents have just paid for sidewalks and just got their pavements finally put in 2 years ago. And now they are going to be all dug up again. And I hope that the developers are going to be the ones that are replacing it. I have gone from being a lover at Edmonton to a resident in fear. With each property that is put up for sale, I dread what might be built next to me. With this mass upzoning and PGAs, this dread is only increased and I feel no security in the future. Step back, the repercussions of bylaw 2001 hasn't been adequately assessed yet. Stop playing monopoly with big developers. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Let me see if Stephen Leakey joining us.
Okay, I'm here. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead, please. You haven't made a presentation yet, right? So
no, you cut me off the last time, but okay.
Go ahead, please.
Right. I want to begin with saying that I agree strongly with most of what previous speakers have said. I cannot support this bylaw going ahead with some of the problems that it has. I'm a resident of West Jasper Place, and I would like to focus on a number of problems that I see with the 156th Street and Stony Plain Road priority growth area. And I also have a number of suggestions that should be incorporated when this bylaw gets sent back to be reviewed. I want to first talk about park space. And this has been a problem that has been in West Jasper Place for over 35 years. It's recognized in the district plan, the Jasper Place district plan. The city has indicated that they should be working to provide a park. We brought this up at a public hearing on another topic on April the 7th. It was really frustrating to see how council floundered with trying to come up with an answer. I want to fast forward to April 24th, when at the West Jasper Sherwood Community League annual general meeting, Councillor Knack, who was there, got up and announced he had great news that he had finally secured the funding for a park. When we look at the size of the deficit, this deficit is approximately 12 to 1450 by 150 foot lots. The cost to secure to buy those lots, if you could even buy them right now in the neighborhood with the speculative fever that there is, would be in the $6 to $7 million range. Then there would be the cost to actually develop a park. NAC says that he's found some money and that the city is negotiating to buy some lots. It just sounds, it's hard not to be cynical when you think that the city is trying to address a major deficit with probably what would be a pocket park. When I look at what's happening to some other places, such as downtown, where there have been major expenditures from parks, if we're going to have the kind of development in West Jasper Place, is it fair that residents here should receive the same kind of treatment? Is $7 million too much, particularly if the city is going to have a greater amount of revenue from taxes? And finally, if the city does come up with funding for a park, the location of this park needs to be such that it would not facilitate greater development under bylaw 2.5.2.6. My other concern is with parasitic parking, and West Jasper Sherwood has 3 LRT stations. There's a great densification that would be happening with all of the priority growth area. There's still no answer from the city as to how the parking is going to be handled. That's a great dismay. Once this bylaw goes back to be reworked, I have two recommendations. And one, as it is a special mass rezoning, I think that there should be what I would call a sunset clause built into it. And this would provide, I see this as providing a catalyst for redevelopment, as there would be some urgency. I think it will reduce speculation, which is a major problem. And I think it would also provide the city with some future flexibility if conditions change. My other recommendation, after living through the chaos of the LRT construction, is that any new major construction built within the priority growth area be managed in a way that disruption is reduced or mitigated. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate you waiting. I did call your name earlier as well. So next I will see if David Crittenden is joining us. No. How about Alvin Mapa? No. How about Louis Tramp? Okay, no.
Mayor, could you call for David again? They are online and I see them trying to unmute.
David Crittenden.
Yes, I am here.
Okay, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
There should be a presentation that
there
I emailed
to.
You
got it.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm here to discuss the or the proposed upzoning in the 5 key priority growth areas. At Urban Planning Committee in February of 2024, I was encouraged to hear that there would be a detailed analysis of market factors would inform these decisions and also inform how these came about getting developed. However, being involved in and reviewing the public consultation materials and subsequent information, I, along with many Edmontonians, are worried to understand how this critical market analysis genuinely informed the selection and delivery of what's before you today in the case of in the short time frame of 3 months. Next slide. This must be incredibly challenging for council to make such consequential decisions and so I'm asking in my presentation that you refer this back to administration. We need a presentation and really to bring community along in terms of providing clear information as to how and why these critical factors were selected and what that market analysis actually looked like. Things like, and I've listed some out here, but I'll just kind of briefly touch on them. Market influences, what market details and analysis were done that actually support only being in these 3 kind of zones or areas. I know it's 5 total, but forgetting the 19 additional ones. I think there's lots of councillors on this here today and in chambers that probably are wondering, why isn't our ward receiving this? Why didn't we have this same level of engagement? How are we picking winners over others? And what did that actually look like? Ownership type, I think this is a really important thing, which I'll touch on later in my presentation. Alignment to economic studies. So particularly referring to the Watson study, which was developed in planning for city plan, and then property and value impacts. Transparent analysis of both short and long-term properties, the land impacts, and then quantifying what the value of transfer from public to private individual ownerships actually look like. Next slide, please. We hear in this chamber all the time, it's a supply problem. If cities simply deregulated zoning bylaws, if they lowered taxes and fees and reduced red tape for builders, they'd ramp up construction and price houses would fall, rents would stabilize, and affordability would return. But this view of houses are as no different than widgets that are produced in a factory is misleading. And for my generation, as well as generations behind us, home ownership is slipping further away. This proposed mass upzoning will continue and accelerate that trend, impacting Edmontonians. And contrary to what some might suggest, home prices didn't just explode in Canada as a result of us stopping to build. In fact, most metropolitan areas like Edmonton have seen a steady pipeline of new housing, and we led the country in densification over the last 20 years. But here's the part of the problem. Investors now account for 1 in nearly 3 homes purchased in Canada. And the mix of what housing is actually being developed is shifting. And I think this is a pretty stark graphic of what that looks like, and I'm happy to answer some questions about it. Sorry, next slide. And then next slide again. These trends are also evident in data published by Bank of Canada. Here I do a compare and contrast that actually shows that homes bought by 3 different group buyers: first-time home buyers, repeat buyers. These are people who are upsizing, downsizing, and investors. This shows that since 2014, in the last 10 years, repeat and home buyers are being forced out. They're being challenged. Those numbers are declining, and renter and investor development and investment has increased by over 50%. Next slide, and I'll just finish here. Here are 2 excerpts from the city plan, the Watson study. I think these are particularly worth highlighting. What is the market demand that it was actually forecasted in developing city plan, and are we meeting that need? The second thing I will talk about, or which should call out here, is residential versus non-residential development in Edmonton does not exist in a vacuum. We have to look at these things in concert of the greater Edmonton region. It's not simply an island. Thank you for the opportunity to present, and I look forward to hearing about the discussion.
Thank you so much. Is Alvin Mappa here? Louis Tramp. Okay. All right, so that concludes the list. We have heard from all the registered speakers who were available to make presentations. Now questions to the panel. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to check in with our legal counsel just around the question of considering land value in these deliberations.
Yeah, you've heard me opine on this a number of times. So while affordability is a valid land use consideration, I would say specific rates of return on property are not. And I would just remind council, you can always look at the general economics of a neighborhood and remember that the MGA is asking you in these deliberations to sort of weigh the public and the private interest. And that's kind of what you're being asked to do. So maybe that gives you a little bit more context for that.
Great. So rather than sort of like specific dollar amounts for individual parcels, that's something we should steer clear of?
I would say look at things that may impact specific dollar amounts like shadowing and noise and those types of things. Those are your bread and butter land use consideration, and I would stick with putting your weight towards those types of considerations.
Okay, great. Well, that's very helpful. And I hope provides some context just in terms of what has and hasn't been part of this process. Just maybe wanted to go to Speaker Pavlik, if you're still with us.
I am still here, yes.
Great. Yeah, no, I appreciate you flagging some of the other development opportunities in this city. Blatchford, Expo Lands. So, those neighborhoods are developing out. Just wanted to, something that I think is important context, because I hear that quite often. So, Blatchford is envisioned to be 30,000 people living and working in the neighborhood at full build out, which is, sort of 15 to 20 years away. Whereas, Edmonton had nearly 120,000 people move here since 2022. So again, just wanting to bring that to your attention in terms of, again, sort of the magnitude of what we're grappling with in terms of growth.
Well, I hear what you're saying, I understand that, but Blatchford has been told it was going to be built out in 10 to 15 years ago. Why not build that first and see where it goes? We've had 120,000 people move here in 2022. They're obviously living somewhere. We're talking about the next step now. not the past. We're talking about the future. And when you take a look at this, you say to yourself, why are we going through this priority growth area exercise when we have these two large parcels that could accommodate people? Now, you said 30,000 people at Blatchford. How many thousand people at the Expo Lands, which is bigger than Blatchford, as I understand it?
Yeah, absolutely. And so totally agree. That's why the city has plans and, is actively redeveloping those neighborhoods as we speak. I think
But they're not actively developing those neighborhoods. They're not part of the priority growth area, are they? I mean, they're just not.
Yeah, and
I mean, the city can say what they want to say, but the facts are the facts. The facts don't lie. And the facts are they're not doing anything with those areas of consequence. The Blatchford is the most awarded community with nothing built in Canada.
Great. I'm just
It's
mindful of
actually
my time
embarrassing.
right now because I just have 5 minutes to finish. So I'll.
No problem. Carry on.
And again, just to clarify, I think priority growth, and I'll clarify this with our staff when I come to them, but these rezonings were for areas that didn't have higher opportunity zonings, whereas these neighborhoods are going through that process of being upzoned. But maybe just to Speaker Crittenden. So, I heard your comment that, over the past 10 years, Edmonton has really led the country in densification. I think we've also received quite a bit of attention for leading the way in affordability as well. And so just trying to understand sort of the feeling that those two things are disconnected, whereas I would suggest that they may be linked. If David is still there.
That was question to David Crittenden.
I'm sorry, Councillor Stevenson, could you repeat the question?
Sure. You mentioned that Edmonton has led the country in densification over the past 10 years, and I think that we've also led the way in housing affordability. So just wondering if you, and we've also led the way in growth, population growth as well. So again, those things seem quite linked to me, but I heard you suggest otherwise.
Yeah, no, I would also suggest that we have the lowest barriers to entry for developers as well, that we, according to the benchmarks survey, benchmark study by the Canadian Housing and Mortgage Corporation, we do these things better than everyone. And so I guess my point is there's an opportunity to pause and get these things right. Look at the analysis, and I'm out of time to answer that question.
All right. Thank you so much, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Jans, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I guess maybe I'll start with guest Gordon. I share your concern about environmental sustainability and alleviating our carbon emissions and those pieces. And part of why I think these areas were chosen is because of their transit accessibility. And I just wanted to kind of bounce that ball to you and say, does the ability to live in some of these places with a car less or a car free even life offset some of those other challenges?
Yes, but thank you, Councillor Jans. I think that this council has had powers to take steps actively over the last 2 years to enhance environmental protections that it has decided not to. You could have passed a tree bylaw. You would have pleased many, many, many people in Edmonton in a very easy way. I'm not saying it's easy, but everybody else is doing it. So if we want to brag about environmental standards and what we're doing here in Edmonton, we could have done that and followed the lead of lots of other places, because we're stripping out the green canopy and we seem to be passively allowing that. Secondly, I think that we've talked about reducing the risk and reducing the timelines and the expense for developers. Somebody else has said it before. I do think that in any give and take, there needs to be reciprocity. It would have been possible for you as a council to require rough-ins.
So I'll have to check this with admin, but I believe we are requiring rough-ins. I believe that changed along with other landscaping requirements. There was a whole suite in the last 2 years of green initiatives that are now required that weren't at the zoning bylaw, but there were a subsequent motion to the zoning bylaw that now should be implemented. So I'll check that with admin. But I guess when I look at UC Berkeley, United Nations, all these other groups who study climate, they say the most impactful measure that cities can do to reduce their emissions is infill. Even if you're tearing down 10 trees, if you're putting up 5 duplexes, that's less driving, that's less people owning cars, that's less commuting, that mileage piece. So that's where I'm sort of, I'm wondering sometimes, like, are we getting caught up in kind of the paper straws of the
No, I don't want paper straws. I really want creative and bold thinking that uses the powers that you have. And I think that there are creative ideas. Like Barry Johns has got some great ideas for densification by not atomizing existing homes.
But it's so incremental. Barry Johns is suggesting like a garage suite per.
But that's just
like,
one idea.
No, but that's nowhere near. Even if we built a crummy wood frame construction with 50 units, the carbon emissions of those lifestyles and people will be infinitely better. I'll try and I'll find it out. I'll follow up offline. But that's where I guess I'm wondering is some of the solutions I've heard have been so incrementalist compared to building 20 or 30 more buildings that house hundreds and hundreds of more people.
I guess there's a give and a take. I just don't see that steps have been taken where they could have been, and I just don't see that in action.
Yeah. With my last minute, one thing I found very frustrating is that we wanted, and I think we moved to require new builds had to be built at even just a level 1 green energy standard, with 5 being net zero and 0 being status quo. But the provincial government stepped in and said, you're not allowed to do that. And if you try and do that, we'll strip that power from you. And they may have done so since. So that's one thing I find frustrating. I was wondering if your organization, in addition to the advocacy you've done towards council, if you've sent to either our federal housing minister or provincial housing minister some of the same concerns?
I understand that your powers are limited by those of other levels of government, and we've been pretty active for the last 2 years on a number of fronts, and I understand that you can't do all that you might want to do, both in environmental and affordability issues, because of constraints from our provincial government.
And is this an opportunity for joint advocacy?
Happy to collaborate.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, everyone, and being here. So I'm really happy to heard everybody speaking and talk about there is a common goal, and with us together is achieve the density goal and in the professional way. So I cannot agree that's more. So I'm really happy to hear that. In terms of achieve that goal, and I know you brought some concerns, a few questions. The first question, I would like to go to Mr. Tuffy. And so you actually brought the land use concept and the land value concept. So I just try to get your point about what specific point you try to make is why you're opposed to this PGA. So I'm still a little bit confused in the point you try to make. If you could clarify further on that piece.
Sure. I mean, there's a close relationship between land use and land value. I think everybody on council, everybody will agree that as you zone for a higher use of a piece of land, the value of that land goes up. And there are implications for increasing the value of a piece of land. One of the first ones is who gains that value. And while council may not be able to, if I understood the comments from administration, look at individual land values, collectively, surely you can. I mean, I have heard councillors criticize the fact that developers make so much money. One of my concerns is that this bylaw transfers hundreds of millions of dollars in windfall profits from the public to private hands, and is getting, as far as the reports submitted with the bylaw indicate, is getting nothing in return. It's an unconditional gift. If you pass this bylaw today, tomorrow, the owners of those 1,286 properties will be worth hundreds of millions of dollars more. And it's, unless I'm wrong about conditions attached to the rezoning, it's an unconditional win for the landowners. That then has an inflationary effect that sends a price signal across the market in Edmonton and has direct impact on, as one of the other speakers said, on, say, 124th Street. Businesses along 124th Street suddenly will have higher taxes because their buildings are more highly valued. These things have not, as far as I can see, been considered in the background to this bylaw.
So you would like to see this bylaw to consider this type of fact more, and by doing,
I think there's enormous,
by doing like more in public engagement, by doing like what specific sense?
It's not just public engagement. There's some fundamental analysis that, in my view, has not been done by administration here. I mean, it was stunning to me when I had the conversations with the two planners, who were absolutely lovely in the conversation, that the economic implications of this scale of rezoning basically have not even been considered. To me, that was the first thing that came to my mind. What are the economics of this? What's this doing to land values? What's this doing to inflation? Who's winning? Who's losing?
So you would like to see more analysis to be done and before we pass
sure,
this?
yeah.
Okay.
And I'll stop.
Okay, thank you. So the next question I would like to go to, I don't know if David Onesinko speaker still there? Dave, sorry.
Yes, I'm still here.
Oh, thank you so much. I don't think this is this. That is David, and there is another David, and he's number 3, and in order speaked. From last.
Well, this is David Crittenden.
Okay,
I'm happy
sure.
to answer questions.
Okay, so you mentioned a few factors, 5 factors you mentioned here. And specific, based on the 5 factors, there's some recommendation could come in. Are you able to describe the more details in the recommendation in terms of based on these 5 factors you listed here for this bylaw? Do you have like specific recommendations?
I am sorry, Councillor Rice.
Oh, the time is
come
out.
for second round, please.
Okay.
No worries. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I'm going to follow up with Speaker Taft because so one of the tensions that I've been experiencing as I've been listening to this public hearing and reading the report in the preparation for this meeting is that in some ways it's great. It's phenomenal, the engagement that I think that the administration did and how they've adjusted and adapted the growth areas based on feedback. But the challenge is that actually has reduced the number of parcels that are being upzoned, which can also, the more parcels you're doing at once, that actually mitigates that speculation piece that you're talking about. So like there's a tension there, and like by reducing the number of parcels, by doing it on a one-on-one basis, we're actually doing that more frequently than by doing it in a broader scale like is proposed today. So what are your thoughts on that?
If I understood your point correctly, Councillor Rutherford, I would just fundamentally disagree. This kind of upzoning of 1,286 properties at once is not going to reduce speculation. It's going to fuel speculation. It's going to fuel.
No, but what I'm saying is it was proposed to be a lot more. And so I agree with you that there's this one of the things I have questions about with administration. But I understand too that they've made modifications to the priority growth areas based on public engagement and feedback. So there's a tension now there because we would have been upzoning a lot more than 1,200 had we done what was originally proposed in the priority growth areas. So for Inglewood, for example, 124th Street all the way from 111th Ave to 118th Ave was supposed to be priority growth 2 blocks in on either side, and now it's only half of one parcel in on 111th.
My position would be to not do mass rezonings at all, and that's much more likely to suppress speculation than doing them on a scale like this or an even larger scale. The signal you're sending to the marketplace through mass rezonings is, is one that that speculators will just feed into. They'll be buying as they've been doing, and they'll just sit there until there's a mass rezoning in their area. If you, on the other hand, waited for them to take the initiative, then the speculators, the wind is taken out of their sails, or at least it's reduced. So I guess we come at this from all.
But we're hearing, I'm here at every public hearing.
Yes.
And we hear that exact same concern on a parcel by parcel, and we're told it's not strategic, it's spot rezoning, and I hear from residents in the ward that I represent about how we need to be focused on growing where it makes sense and where there's demand. So I'm just feeling this tension with what you're saying and what people have been saying throughout the process of public hearings, which I take with me in every future public hearing. And also, like I said, the more we rezone at once, that's why the zoning bylaw renewal, we did the entire city, that mitigated some of that immediate uplift that you would see if it was just 1 or 2 parcels.
See, I would disagree with that. I think that the zoning bylaw renewal initiative has actually fueled speculation. It's fueled land inflation. We now have bidding wars for small properties that we never had before. So anyways, living with tension, Councillor Rutherford, is the life of a politician.
Yep. Absolutely. And I lived with it even before I was a politician in 15 years of community building. I will go to Denise Enns. Recognizing you're from Woodcroft and listening to your presentation, a lot of your concerns are actually, from what I'm hearing from you, are actually more related to the zoning bylaw. And we have that coming to committee on June 3rd. So I was wondering if you would be interested in connecting with me as your representative between now and June 3rd, so I can get your thoughts on the zoning bylaw, because this is really about those specific areas, none of which are in Woodcroft. So I just want to get your thoughts on that.
Roger, and I would be happy to speak with you at any time, but my concern isn't with just the bylaw 20001, but any kind of PGA, mass rezoning, upzoning that is going on. I agree with Mr. Taft that I have witnessed it, that the land speculation is large, and it's going to get larger with the gross upzoning. Although Woodcroft,
I appreciate that.
Although Woodcroft isn't in that state now, it's going to be soon, right?
I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. Time is 5 minutes are up for Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just want to follow up because I am really curious, Mr. Taft. I'm assuming that you have data from other jurisdictions where spot rezoning has delivered more affordable housing faster than broad upzoning, and maybe you can answer that one.
Well, I'll refer to the authority of the former senior planner from Vancouver, Larry Beasley, who has spoken eloquently about the pitfalls of mass rezonings and how that actually makes development and the life of developers can make it more difficult and more costly. I don't have data at my fingertips right now. But I'll pull material for you and email it to you. How about that?
Yeah, that would be very helpful because I'm trying to find proof of your assertions, and it's proving difficult. So that would be great. So the thing is, I think that there are two conversations happening here. One is sort of like, okay, data, facts, evidence, and that's what we're supposed to do in a public hearing as counselors. And you probably are aware of that. We're supposed to really just take a look at, is this an appropriate land use or not? And then there's the emotion and the story. And I think that, in everyday life, that is actually equally as valid. Unfortunately, we're in a little bit of a strange situation where we have to wear a different hat in public hearings. How many homes are we talking about that will be affected that you guys are talking about today here? Anyone can answer that if you like.
I'm not, when you say you guys, I'm not sure who you're referring to, but I'm not
you
sure.
all, not male exclusive. So how many homes are we referring to?
Well, would it be better, Councillor Paquette, if you could direct your questions to a specific speaker, because there are almost 15 of them, right? So.
Well, I don't know who would have that best information, and that's who I'd like to hear from, Mr. Mayor, because if I pick someone who doesn't know, what's the point?
Well, I'll jump in. I mean, there are 1,286 properties listed as appendices to the bylaw.
Well, I'm talking about just this one strip, this one that's included in the map.
If I might ask
I can ask, I'll ask administration. It's okay. That's fine.
If I may ask a question, I was wondering how many
No,
people
I'm sorry.
on those DPAs.
I'm not allowed to take questions.
Sorry about that.
You open it up, but then you close it down. Well done, Mr. Paquette.
No, that's not, I'm sorry. Let me explain very quickly. I would love to take questions, but the process of public hearing does not allow
As you
us
speak,
to
we
take
don't.
questions. So I would actually be going against our, the rules that the MGA has us operating under. So it's not personal. It's not that I don't want to take a question. It's just that's how we have to operate, unfortunately.
So, Councillor,
but if you want to send me a question, an email, I'm happy to answer it.
So, Councillor Paquette, do you have more questions?
I do.
Go ahead, please.
I do. Okay, so I just want to follow up on and maybe Kevin, you might have an answer to this because you've obviously given this a lot of thought. So with the spot rezoning, we did see a lot of speculation. I mean, I could tell stories that could curl people's toes on that one. But with the overall simultaneous rezoning, a lot of that gets taken away. A lot of people aren't like sitting on land all across the city. And so what we've actually seen, like evidence-wise, is we have not seen an uptick in that kind of behavior. So I'm trying to find the way through here based on data and information.
I am going to stop just before you answer because it's almost 5 minutes up. Maybe come for a second round, Councillor Paquette, for the same question. Can you move the second round? Councillor Paquette, you're muted. Councillor Paquette?
I'll move a second round.
I do think that, Mr. Mayor, we should have just given him time because of the interruption earlier, but
no, I want to make sure I'm following the rules for everyone equally. So move the second round.
Yes, but when there's an interruption, we usually give people that time back, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, you can come for a second round. Go second.
Yeah, move a second round. Second.
Okay, please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Okay, that is carried. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. If I can go to guest Pavlik, if they're with us quickly.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, you made a comment about this could lead to a high-rise being built next to your home. As you know, in my ward, for instance, I've got Garneau, which is one neighborhood under the sort of under the lens today, but then I have 22 others who are not Garneau, and I hear frequently when I go out to events, why are you doing infill in my community? You should put all of it in Garneau, or you should put it on the train line, or you should put it in Glenora, you should put it in downtown, etc. Just conceptually at a very high level, like, do you kind of agree with the concept that a priority growth areas could give the city, whether it's Blatchford, Exhibition, whatever else, it could give the city that sense of predictability that if you live in, say, Dunluce, you may not be seeing this high rise or a skyscraper. You would be seeing maybe a duplex sort of thing. Like, are we?
Well, no, I hear
Does
you're
that make
saying,
sense?
I understand exactly what you're saying, but I mean, obviously, that works well for someone that isn't in that PGA area. I mean, the big fundamental thing here, and it was touched on by one of the other speakers, is that, you know, people buy a house, they make an investment, the largest purchase of their life, and they expect that they're going to be living in an area where they suddenly don't find out that they are living next to a high rise. It's changing the rules in the middle of the game. I don't think it's fair to property owners. And I think it's driving people out of the city. I mean, there's been a push. There's people are moving away. They're moving to Leduc. They're moving to St. Albert. Because of what? Because they don't want to find out one day that their property is now next door to a high rise. And you can see what's going on with those octoplexes in Crestwood. People are being apocalyptic about those.
But that's not that's like, I just want to zero in on the high rise thing. Like, we're not like in Garneau, it's like there's one area suggested to have, 65 meters. You're not going to see that in Crestwood Laurier. You're going to see that here in Garneau. Is it better to have a sense of predictability? Like, is the whole idea of having a city plan, priority growth areas, etc., like, shouldn't this kind of give people the degree of certainty that we're looking for, saying, if you're close to a train station, you're going to see this, but if you're not, you probably won't.
Oh, you make a good point. Yes, absolutely. It creates certainty, but at the expense of people who were there first.
Right. So
I mean,
those folks,
it's very difficult for those folks. And the reason I said about skyscraper next door, that was the former city manager said exactly that. This zoning thing, don't worry about it. Doesn't mean you'll have a skyscraper next door. And that's what people believe, but that's exactly what's happening.
Right.
And you know what? Same as the district plan, if this passes and then all of a sudden stuff starts being built or proposed to be built, then you're going to see people in uproar again because people just don't know. People do not have the ability to show up for public hearing all day. People have jobs and other responsibilities. I mean, if you were to actually do a thorough and proper consultation, I think the city would look at it a little bit differently.
Yeah, I want to thank you for that. I want to ask about that. If I can go to Mr. Taft, and I'll look at the lawyer, so I might get a red flag on the play, so just bear with me here. So if I'm paraphrasing what you said, if the idea is 1,700 properties are upzoned, the value of that property goes from, say, $1 to $1x because of the upzoning. Now, until something is really built, isn't that just kind of a paper value? Like, I'm thinking of, there is another property zoned downtown, 80 stories or something. It's not getting built. So isn't the value of that land just kind of paper equity? Is that the right expression?
Well, it is equity. It's equity for the owner. The equity of the owner is X richer than the day before.
Are they, though? Like, or only
they are,
if they
sure, because they can go to the bank, they can say, oh, my property's assessed at another 25% more. I'd like to get more financing to do something else. So it's not just paper. And the way markets work is through price signals. So if the value of properties along 124th Street suddenly go up by 50%, that sends a signal to Bonnie Doon. Properties there will start to go up. It sends a signal to Castle Downs, to Highlands, to all of those properties, all areas of the city. This is how markets work, through price signals. So if the value of land in these priority growth areas goes up 25 or 50% or more, that sends a signal right across the city, and that's an inflationary signal.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yep. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. And Speaker Devi, you're still there?
I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. And I know you didn't get a chance to answer my question and then in the first round. So, because I actually really appreciate your presentations. There's lots of like data, evidence, information there. So you have a recommendation and based on the 4 factors you provided there. So my question to you is, if you your recommendation is refer this back to administration, what would like to say they come back differently?
Yeah, I think what's really fundamental is understanding what the market implications of this mass rezoning actually are. And I'm not suggesting that this isn't necessarily good policy. It's hard to understand. And I imagine that it's hard for a council to render a decision on this when they're maybe not provided, a detailed analysis, even though this was actually one of the things that I was quite excited about hearing at in February of last year, that a detailed market analysis would be completed and that it would consider some of these things. And I outlined in my presentation a few of the kind of fundamental questions that probably should be asked, really to support, ambitions of city plan or, many of the other factors to ensure that we are bringing community along. And I'm a data guy by nature, so that's the focus and approach that I took.
Yes, so I understand that's rationale behind, and my question specific. For example, right now the PGA, this bylaw, and the specific talk about the rezoning and from certain rezoning to the different rezoning. So if you refer back to administration, what would you like to see come back with a different rezoning, or just come back with the same rezoning, or with just the further or deeper analysis? To me, it's not very clear for that piece. So that's why I try to confirm with you, because I do like your presentation there.
Yeah, I think a deeper analysis is required, and I don't want to presuppose what the outcome of that is. I know that City Plan talks about 19 areas, and yet somehow there was a selection of these 5, which are sort of 3 connected zones. But what drove that decision? What market analysis was completed in that 3-month period that administration did, and why wasn't that shared with the public? What are the underlying principles behind that? And ultimately, we do have to find housing, but maybe this is the greatest place to do it. But it's hard for public and I would argue council to make that decision when the data is not presented. So that's my principal concern, I guess, here.
Okay, so yeah, the principle is clear. It's not clear to me, and maybe like my colleagues could confirm that if clear to them. So if we refer back to administration, when you come back, because right now the administration provide a very clear plan and in this bylaw and for the rezoning change from like RH12 to like the height from H12 and to H75 or H86, is your expectation when this come back and this type of change is different from administration presented here, or the same, just add the analysis results there? So that's my question.
Yeah. Oh, thank you for clarifying, Councillor. I guess I would say that I wouldn't presuppose what the analysis would say. And I think that there was a misstep here, is that analysis was completed and then immediately went into consultation when the explanation as to why those priority growth areas were selected and reviewed was even really presented, and certainly being involved in the consultation process wasn't clearly identified. And so, there may be councillors even that are reviewing this today and going, wow, this is a substantial investment. It's going to focus public dollars, priority growth areas. I think about the BIAs, the hundreds of millions of dollars that were invested into Fort Road. Some of the councillors may go, well, why isn't my ward getting this? Why aren't we getting this type of development? Why was it prioritized, and what were the underlying metrics that supported that decision?
Thank you very much, and my time is up.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you. Yeah, Dave, I did wonder that, although I'm not necessarily feeling left out when there's no PGAs in the ward I represent as of yet. But that's a good question, and I was planning to ask administration that to kind of look at what were some of the factors. I guess maybe to the Better Info folks, you know, I've heard a few of you talk about this notion that the demand and supply isn't standing up to the housing affordability argument. And I've also heard you talk about, you know, look at the evidence-based research. I'm wondering if you have some of your citations and research paper to share on those pieces.
Councillor.
Yeah, sorry, maybe, sorry, if I wanted to, is that Marie? Sorry.
Yeah, it's Marie Gordon. I don't know who you're asking, but I'll just throw in here.
That's perfect. Sorry about that.
Go ahead.
I think the point I was making is that as a citizen, I need to see the projections and the analysis being current and reliable. I don't have the resources to have the evidence to say this is a great idea or isn't a great idea. I know there have been, you know, sort of tectonic shifts in assumptions and projections about growth and economics since 2018, 2019. Ms. Cronwit-Martin spoke more knowledgeably on this than I did. And I would simply want to make sure that what we're doing here, because once we do it, it's unchangeable. You can't pull it back, even if the foundations upon which it is done are no longer accurate or as reliable as they were when they were first put forth. I guess, I don't know whether that answers your question, Councillor Tang.
Yeah, well, I was more curious for some papers to kind of look at. I guess earlier in that exchange, Marie, between you and Councillor Jans, because I did listen to some of the public online workshops you have hosted with Barry and talking about, you know, there are other creative ways of densifying like backyard suites, but that can't be the only way, right?
If I can just jump in here, Councillor Tang, yeah, nobody's saying, including Barry Johns, if that's who you're referring to, that he's got the solution for everything. If I can go back to your question about sources, I would, if you're looking for academic sources, I would suggest there's a group out of UBC, the School of Landscape and Urban Planning, whatever it's called there. Patrick Condon has written books on these kinds of topics that we're discussing here. If you deconstruct what's happening in the market with housing prices, it's not as simple. Housing is not a commodity like oil or wheat is. Housing has a lot of different components that drive the cost, including land. So the city plan calls for 600,000 people to move into land that's already fully occupied. There's no way that that's going to happen without driving up the value of land. It's just not going to happen. Nobody's going to. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for that. I have a minute left, and I guess maybe just back to Marie, because I think there's a few of you who from Glenora, because I think in past public hearings, various points, also heard you talk about, you know, perhaps not densification like within the neighborhoods, but really on the main roads. I'm kind of like, isn't that what we're doing? Or did I misinterpret some of those, what I heard previously?
You know, I'm embarrassed to say that I can't remember what I said.
Well, sorry, not you specifically, but these are some of the, you know, like arguments to reject a particular rezoning that's really within the neighborhood, you know, further in versus kind of on the main roads and corridors.
Yeah, Councillor Tang, are you referring to a rezoning application that I was pretty vocal on maybe 4 or 5 years ago?
or just any
I'm
kind
sorry,
of
Councillor
in.
Tang.
All right, but I'm out of time. Thank you.
Sorry. Okay. All right. Any other questions? Okay. So that concludes the questions to the panelists. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate your time. You can step back into. Oh, Councillor Paquette, do you have questions to the panel?
I do not.
Okay. So step back, please. Thank you so much for joining us. I just want to seek some guidance from clerk and legal. So everyone that was registered have spoken. Those who were registered, we call out their names. They were not available. So we don't want more people registering at this time. What is the process be? Can we close the public hearing, then go to questions to administration, then go new information, what the process is?
So I would keep the public hearing open,
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor. So unfortunately, folks can still sign up so long as the public hearing remains open. But you're about to ask a bunch of questions of administration, and
Yeah.
those should be happening within the public hearing context, as well as you have a step in the process at the very end. As you know, there's questions on new information, and those questions should be occurring within the public hearing process. So my advice to you is don't close the public hearing until you're done with your questions and you're ready to speak to the item.
Okay. We'll follow that process then, because I just wanted to make sure that we have some way to close off the loop on the public speakers.
There's a desire to do that. Unfortunately, as long as it remains open, that is still an option.
Okay, no worries then. Okay, now questions to administration. Councillor Paquette, go ahead, please.
I didn't select the item, so whoever selected should probably go first.
Councillor Stevenson, you want to start? Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to her. Councillor Paquette, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so to administration, we heard a lot of concerns, and I'm hoping that you can unpack some of them. And maybe you don't have the data at your fingertips, and that's understandable too. And that is the idea of like land speculation and how doing the ZBR led to greater amounts of land speculation, which would drive up land prices for everyone.
So can you just clarify, is the question about the ZBR's process or just generally our thoughts on land speculation in regards to this project?
Well, the ZBR process, the assertion was made that the spot zoning was preferable to the zoning bylaw renewal, and then of course leading to this discussion today as far as incidents of land speculation driving up prices.
Councillor, it's Travis Pollock here. Just in terms of the zoning bylaw renewal process and how it may or may have not affected land markets and that idea of speculation. Throughout the ZBR process, it was our contention that a broad-based rezoning of all of the parcels within the city all at once would not fuel that speculative action. How we now interpret today's results in terms of we'll say about 140,000 people coming into the city in the last 3 years and trying to house all these people, and what that has done to housing prices is a different matter. And I would say that the zoning bylaw renewal and our planning system as a whole has held up well as we maintain our affordability advantage within the country.
Okay, so overall zoning in a municipality tends to even itself out, I would assume. But demand, that can change land prices in general, is what I'm hearing.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And then there was the concern that we heard that the numbers of like single family homes, in this discussion today, would be reduced to the extent that young people in Edmonton could not afford or find a single family home, and that there wasn't that product available. And that the example was given from a town in Ontario where they've got a lot of condos, but the demand is for single family homes. And so the context today in this discussion is that that would, if we approve that land use discussion that's before us, that we would be penalizing young people who are trying to buy a home. And I'm just wondering if that is something that that's accurate.
Councillor, there's many variables at play here. One is the land supply in Edmonton. As you know, we brought a new neighbourhood on a few weeks ago, which also leads to a different kind of supply. So I think you have to look at it from more the holistic picture of what kind of product is the industry building on and where are they bringing it on and what the timing is as well.
And I'll
Okay.
just, Councillor
go ahead.
Paquette, I'll just ask Lisa to speak to some backup slides that we have with respect to RS areas that are left untouched through this project in the PGA areas. So if clerks could bring up slide 63.
And then, while that's coming up, one last question, and that was the idea that if we're trying to accommodate a bigger population, which we don't really have a choice on, it's not like we are actively courting this, that the ZBR would mean that land prices increase and therefore home prices increase to the extent where it becomes unreachable as well. So I'll let you stew on that while we look at this slide.
So we have slides shown here that you can see there is quite a bit of RS still in, for example, along 124th Street there. East of 124, you'll see the RS zoning as well as to the west. And I would just reemphasize what Tim just said, that across the city there's a wider range. If you go up to 62, Garneau is an area, slide 62, we'll just give them a second. We're going to bring up a slide of Garneau as well. That's an area that's come up a lot in regards to the small scale zoning for people to get that type of housing. And you'll see that if this rezoning is approved today, there's still small scale zoning in this area. There's RS, there's the direct control district as well. I'll give them a second.
Okay, I am going to stop you here. Sorry.
Oh, time.
Yes.
Thanks.
I think we should take a break here. We'll be back at 5 o'clock. Sorry, 6 o'clock. Sorry, not 5, 6 o'clock. And we will carry on after that. We are on until then we are on the recess. Thank you so much. Will Councillor Wright,
Good evening.
Councillor Knack is recused from the meeting. Councillor Principe, I see Councillor Principe. Councillor Principe? Oh, can't hear you, Karen. Okay. Councillor Stevenson?
Good evening.
Councillor Paquette? Councillor Tang?
Point of order, they can hear each
I
other, but they
think,
can't hear
yeah,
us.
something is,
Appears to be the case. Give us one moment to work that out.
Check 1 2, check 1 2. Check 1 2. Can you hear us now?
Councillor Hamilton, can you hear us? No. So I think they're all on, they're participating in the meeting and they're, for,
They can hear us, we just can't hear them.
yeah, so they are in the meeting. There's 5 of us here and we have quorum. Right, Nancy? We have quorum?
We do. Can we just put it into recess for just a second, just to recess it or to reset it?
Or you can I go to the new speaker who have registered to speak and hear from them as while you're fixing?
As long as the councillors can still hear what's going on, we're fine.
Yep, they've
But
confirmed
they
they can hear us. So if you want to do that, we can keep trying.
They can hear us, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right, so we have a new speaker.
Point of order, Mr. Rice, or Mr. There.
Yeah, yeah, Councillor Rice, can you hear
And
us?
we have not finished the roll call yet. So I think if we're going to move to the speakers, we should finish the roll call first.
And you're there, Councillor Cartmel, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Oh. Oh, okay. Councillor Rutherford, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
And Councillor Hamilton?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I guess it's fixed now. Here you go. Okay. And Councillor Tang?
Hello.
Here you go. And Councillor Paquette? And Councillor Principe?
Hello.
Here you go. Good. All right. We have another additional speaker signed up, Jane Dawson. So I'm going to go to them to make a presentation.
We're just making sure that they are online because the registration came in late. If we don't have them, you can continue. We will hear from them. Let us keep trying to contact that speaker they've registered. Yes.
If while you're waiting, then we'll go to council colleagues to ask questions to admin. Please do leave 20 to 30 seconds at the end of your 5 minutes to give administration the time to answer questions. Answer your question, sorry. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have a few sort of rapid fire questions that I just want to run through that I heard from speakers. I want to make sure that I'm understanding. So again, these I heard quite often sort of a one size fits all. This to me instead seems like fairly focused areas, and even within those focused areas, a variety of zones being applied. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And again, these are in alignment with district plans, so they don't sort of exceed anything that was set out in those?
Yes, they're in alignment with the district plans.
Okay. Also just want to confirm that there are provisions in the standard zones that some of these rezonings are for to incentivize 3-bedroom units?
That's correct.
So in the residential zones? Okay, great. Maybe you could talk a little bit more. Okay, also, yeah, another quick one. If someone is zoned for RSM, they have a single detached home. If their home were to have a fire, need to be rebuilt, they are able to rebuild that under the zone?
If they have a valid permit, yes, they can rebuild it.
Okay. Also, just confirming, it seemed to me from, I think, the slides that were being shown that these rezonings, it's actually sort of a minority of these rezonings which are currently zoned RS?
That's correct. It's a small percentage of the parcels we're rezoning.
Okay, and then if we, I think I heard you say that even with these rezonings, RS, there's still a fair bit of land in Garneau that is left as zoned RS?
That's correct. Could I ask clerks to please bring up slide 62? So I'll just quickly outline here what is in red or pinkish red. That's the only RS that's being rezoned in the area. And so the yellow areas are the remaining RS within the major node. Also, the DC1 is for small scale housing as well.
Okay, and there's also that portion sort of at the top left that could be yellow as well, but that's just outside of the growth area? The RS is the DC.
The RS to the north is like 89th Ave, so it's, north of the high-level diner and that. So it's the area that we talked about at public hearing a couple weeks ago.
So again, that is RS, that's staying RS, perfect. Also, just really quickly, I appreciate the concerns that were raised around carbon monoxide and safety. That would be dealt with through the building code?
That's correct.
I can't see the clock.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
And, okay, so then I was wondering, just maybe as a bit of a longer answer, just wanted to understand some of the market analysis that was done. So actually one clarification off the bat, and I'm not sure if anyone is here from assessment. My memory is that the assessed value of land as it relates to property taxation, it's an as-is or as-built rather than what the zoning would allow for. Is that true?
Generally, yes. It's what's built on the site rather than the zoning.
So again, if you have a single detached home, your property is rezoned to RSM, that doesn't instantly lead to a higher valuation assessment. For the city's purposes, in any case, taxes would stay commensurate to the previous zoning.
Generally, yes.
Generally. Okay, so then the market analysis. I think there were some questions raised about that. How did admin sort of gauge market interest in these areas?
Thanks, Councillor. So as part of the PGA selection process, we did contract out a third party who did a market analysis of all 19 priority growth areas. Looking back to data from 2013, it assessed residential land transactions, residential building transactions, both in number, size, density, and value. It looked at currently available land for sale and historical condominium apartment data as well.
Okay, so quite comprehensive there. Was there any sort of further? I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mr.
now
Chair.
I'm going to go to Speaker Jane Dawson, please go ahead, make your presentation. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Speaker, you will just need to unmute yourself.
Thanks very much. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yep.
please go ahead.
Okay, thanks very much. Thank you for this opportunity to give you feedback. I'm asking you to please remove 81st Avenue, as most of the neighbors in this area do not want this area rezoned, even if it has increased property value. And they've consistently been indicating this feedback. This was indicated in the response to the public engagement document, which indicated that many people were opposed to the rezoning. And I've since talked to my neighbors on 81st Avenue, many who have sent in written responses to the clerk, but were unable to speak at this meeting. So you would have these responses, and they're opposed to the rezoning of 81st Avenue for many reasons, including, first off, we are already one of the densest neighborhoods in the city. Like we are probably an example of what the city would like to be all through all the neighborhoods in the city. We're like a 15-minute community. So we're already one of the densest. And another issue, one of my neighbors, Kathy Bruce Kavanaugh, who some of you will know, did a count of the vacant lots in Garneau, McKernan, Queen Alexandra, and there were 31 lots available for multi-story building. So we don't need more detached homes to be rezoned to multi-story. The city should be working with developers to get these units built first. Another issue for a lot of people is that this is a neighborhood that is a historical neighborhood, and with the rezoning, the historical nature of the neighborhood will be destroyed. Another comment for a lot of people would like, there was some comments that there was a low vacancy rate in this neighborhood. And in the previous public engagement that went on, people went and called the university and they found that actually there was a significant level of vacancies in student residences. And that wasn't particularly surprising to the people who lived on 81st Avenue, that there were a lot of people who didn't want to, like, even though they could live in residence, they didn't want to live in residence because the housing that currently is in place on 81st Avenue supports a critical need. Many people prefer not to live in apartment buildings. That's one of the reasons why our neighborhood has existed for such a long time. The mix of owner-inhabited houses with garage suites and or basement suites, along with the rental houses and duplexes on 81st Avenue, fit the needs and desires and individuals and of course families that want to live in this area. Another issue that for concern for people is that the housing that's going to be proposed is not affordable housing. Like there's a whole push for affordable housing, but this initiative does not do it. And paradoxically, it will make it more expensive to live in this area. So it's going in the wrong way. People prefer smaller scale dwellings, and this ensures a greater variety of housing in the area. The other issue is that this is a core part of the remaining small scale in Garneau, which is only 30% of the community. So it's small. So as a group, people who are opposing this, and there's a lot on 81st Avenue. Like when I went around to talk to my neighbors, they're all like, "Oh well, yes, thank you for alerting me. I will write in. I'll send a letter to the clerk." And I know you guys maybe haven't looked at those letters, but they're there. Anyways, we are excited for an opportunity to work with the league, the city, and everyone in our community. In a community-led planning and effort that looks at the community holistically. Please defer the PGA so we can build on the work so far. So anyways, thank you for the opportunity to present. I do appreciate it. And my neighbors actually appreciate the fact that I'm able to speak for them, because most of them were just unable to speak at the meeting, but they have strong views about this. So.
Okay. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's see if there are questions from council members to you. Okay. Good. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
we're going to carry on questions to admin. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. What is the concern raised by Garneau related to the FARs? Did that come up?
In regard to some of the comments, I believe they were talking about a recognition that they thought some of the FARs needed to be looked at. We did examine the FARs along some of those areas, and where policy support would allow a greater scale, FAR is part of that. It provides a little bit more opportunity for developers to have flexibility in what they want to build along those areas.
Could you plain language that for me? Are we talking rectangular stubby cubes? Are we talking like needles?
To answer that, it provides the opportunity that they can make a variety of arrangements. It gives a little bit more, so they are a bit larger building footprints in those areas.
But they don't have to be?
Exactly.
So you've essentially said we want to afford more flexibility to those parcels?
Correct.
But then I heard from a community league member saying they thought this would impede market viability. Did this come up in the engagements?
Can you elaborate on?
Well, I know you talked to industry people as well too. Like, were they saying we think the FAR is wrong and you need to go back or something?
Yeah, thanks. Yes, we did talk to some landowners and talk to them about some of their needs in terms of their development requests for those areas.
So is there a general consensus that what you are proposing has viability?
Exactly, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I don't have the proper language for these things. Needles, beer boxes, you know what I mean.
I apologize, yeah.
I play Lego, yeah. Okay, this community-led plan from Garneau, it was said that they are in conversations with administration. Can I get an update where we're at on that?
Yes, so administration has met with the Garneau community and talked about the scope of their intent and also talked about alignment with district plans and the city plan. For clarity, there are no resources that are being dedicated to this exercise. It's purely community-led, and it would be reviewed by administration as any private application would.
So in other words, the community league is building a plan with a consultant, what we heard today, and they are going to bring that forward to the administration saying, here's our plan.
Correct, and then we will evaluate it for alignment with the city plan, district plans, and provide feedback, and they have the opportunity, like it would go through the same process as any application.
And is it, have we ever had that? I mean, I'm new, but have we ever had this before? Is this?
I don't recall an exercise like this that's community-led.
So is this different than how, like, say, the GARP or the other ARPs were established?
So for instance, those are usually advocated for by communities or administration, and then a budget is set aside for that work to happen. Through the city plan and the city planning framework that was done, there's a lot of time and costs that are associated with that, and district plans was one way, and the repeal of over 120 plans was one way of trying to streamline our processes, because those plans become stagnant and a picture of time, and council and administration and the public spend a lot of time amending them, and it provides lack of clarity to the community in terms of what's expected, lack of clarity for council in terms of their decision making, and even for administration. So there's, yeah.
So I guess what I'm trying to get at is, like, admin high level did city plan, council supported, multiple councils supported city plan. Admin did district planning, council supported district planning. Admin says here's best bet on PGA. Is there a scenario where these things could be complementary? That, because I'm hearing the tension on 81st on a couple other pieces, but like my mind is open, but I'm considering a maybe a opt out of, like, or a chunk out of Garneau, or potentially a removal of the 81st Ave block, the one where we've heard the most about. Is there a way that this could be complementary with some sort of community plan, or what would that look like? And
When an application comes in from the Garneau community, we would look for alignment with the district plans. And I can tell you that the zonings or the proposed zonings in front of you today align with district plans. And so that complementary aspect is being presented to you today. It's a corridor, it's a major corridor. Sorry, not a major corridor, but it's a corridor, and we're expecting redevelopment, and the approach that we've taken is very conservative in terms of the expected heights, the redevelopment, and that's what we're bringing to you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for all the work on this. Just wanted to get some more information around, you know, if proactive rezonings are, is this something new? Is this something brand new that, you know, Edmonton is doing, nobody else has done? I was just reflecting on even the Federal Housing Accelerator Fund, and it seems like this is being suggested as a best practice. Can you?
Yeah, we're seeing it in some other communities. Vancouver is undergoing a project right now. Even multinational New Zealand has undergone some proactive rezoning. We have done it in the city before, but in a prescriptive approach. This is really the first time that we've taken the action in using our conventional zones. But yes, for the Housing Accelerator Fund, it is a best practice to get ready and be prepared.
Okay, and as part of the Housing Accelerator Fund, my understanding is that is included as a best practice because of the clear evidence that it supports increased housing supply and affordability.
Yes, and also when the proactive zoning is done in alignment with our plans and policies, that creates stability in terms of expectation and clarity.
Okay, great. You mentioned that we have done proactive rezonings in the past, but they've been a lot more prescriptive. Can you maybe just reflect on what we're doing differently? And maybe, in my mind, it kind of ties into the market analysis as well, because the way that I understand we're going about this is we're trying to capitalize on areas that we know there is clear demand and potential.
Yeah, I'll pass that on to Jordan first to start and take it from there.
Sure. So, as mentioned, we did an analysis of the 19 priority growth areas to determine what ultimately ended up being 5 that we would advance for rezoning. The 2 most important factors that we built into that analysis were transit connectivity and the results of that market study.
Okay, and I would say that might differ from previous.
It differs slightly. We've always taken our mass transit and major employment areas under consideration, but the real difference here is the conventional versus the very prescriptive approach.
Okay, great, thank you. Why just 5 areas?
We ended up narrowing it down to 5 because we did some targeted stakeholder analysis to really see which ones went to the top, and those were the 5 that were ultimately there.
Okay. And I guess with opportunities to look at what future iterations might look like for other priority growth areas in the city?
There's no other work approved at this time, but if council ever decided to pass a future motion, there are other priority growth areas that do have opportunities.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to ask a question around climate change and climate action. Yeah, this might just seem like a bit of a broad question, but some of our speakers were talking about obviously the importance of taking climate action, and when I think about kind of the clear relationship between land use, transportation, and the conversation we're having today, do priority growth areas align with our energy transition strategy, for example, to help foster those more walkable, low emissions communities?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, where does the climate resilient planning and development framework come into this? Or is that's a separate conversation but related?
Yeah, separate and related. The action plan gives us some very specific actions to pursue, such as the EV and solar readiness. But this work was already underway when the action plan was brought before council.
Okay, and that work is proceeding.
It's proceeding, sir. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Great. Yeah, I guess just picking up on what Councillor Jans was sort of alluding to or suggesting, risk of removing segments or starting to get more fine-grained about, the inclusion of areas versus taking ones out?
Yeah, the areas that are before you today reflect the technical analysis, the market study, as well as engagement. So it is what we are our best presentation of what is available in the PGAs, and yeah, it's up to it's council's purview to remove or add or remove areas, but this is our best presentation or our best bet for you.
Okay, and I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Carmel.
Thank you. So first of all, my apologies. I'm going through the presentation from earlier today, and I'm sorry I missed it. I'm looking for a little clarity. I'm starting on slide 16, and it says final proposal. And then there's a few other slides that say final proposal. These maps do not look at all different to me, other than they seem to be emphasizing particular things. Am I reading that correctly?
That's correct. In the presentation, we highlighted a couple areas of note in all of the different three kind of sections of the proposal.
So and it looks to me like it's divided by height. Like the first slide seems to talk about age 65 and 75. I'm looking at, and then 18 is age 23s and 12s. Is that, am I reading that right? I'm just want to make sure I'm interpreting what you're showing here correctly.
Absolutely. We were highlighting where some of the tallest buildings you might expect to see be redeveloped.
Okay. Then where do I want to start here? I guess I want to go back to a comment I heard a moment ago, first of all. Oh, no, I know. I'm sorry. I lost my train of thought. You showed a slide a few minutes ago that showed the areas that were RS that were being rezoned for the Garneau. Do you have a slide like that on each of the areas?
Yes, we can pull up a slide to show you where the RS is being rezoned. Clerks, can you please bring up 63, and then after we can go into 64. Thank you. So again, what is in pinkish red there, that is in our rezoning focus areas that we're proposing to rezone. That is the existing RS zoning. And then if we can click to number 64, please. You'll notice here there's the two sections that are called out. You can see RS in the like reddish pink, and then as well, just to note on the southern portion of 156th Street as well, there's existing RS zoning in those areas.
Okay. And then the Garneau slide that was.
Yes. Would you like us to call that back up?
No, I guess what I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but I guess what you're trying to show is that there's not very much RS that is being upzoned. I guess what are the majority of the others that are being upzoned through this? Do you have a sense of that?
Generally speaking, it depends on which priority growth area we're looking at, but it's a combination of the mixed use zone for 16 meters in height, different RM H16s, or older direct control zones, particularly in Wakantawin.
Okay, I might circle back on a question on that. I'm going to have a few rounds. I want to go back to the question that was asked earlier about, if a current property owner has a fire and they want to rebuild their home, I understood the answer to be that they can do that if they have a valid permit. Can they get a valid permit to rebuild their home if what they want to build no longer matches the zoning?
In that case, they would not. They're permitted as of January 1, 2024 for their existing home. So if they wanted to build something different, they could request a variance for rebuilding in a different manner.
A variance or a spot rezoning?
That also could be something that they could pursue if they chose.
So I'm wondering about an amendment to this work that would say that provided that the title hasn't changed, that the current landowner can maintain their current property, the way that it is now, or reasonably add to or modify that property. And that right is lost when the title changes hands.
So Councillor Cartmel, this is Jesse Inkpen from Law, just chiming in with
Yeah.
that. So I would say in terms of ownership that we're agnostic to ownership in land use considerations, but what you're talking about is probably an amendment to the zoning bylaw, which would be something that we would have to prepare, advertise, go to public hearing on. But I would just caution that the ownership piece couldn't be used as a trigger from the legal standpoint.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. One, we heard from, I believe, like one of the speakers from Jasper Park in the West Jasper Sherwood community was concerned about the rezonings. And what I gleaned from this was that the sort of mass rezonings along this corridor takes away the opportunity for communities to check in with administration and through the rezoning process to discuss some of the stressors that are happening in the community at the time. And I bring this up because certainly last week I was at the Meadowlark Community AGM, and they're talking about a lot of sort of stressors happening in the community. On one side, you have you have two high schools. On another end, you have the LRT. They're certainly feeling some pressure within the community on amenities like street parking. They're looking for the opportunity to talk about the need for an RPP. But certainly zonings aren't the opportunity for that, or aren't the place for it, but it is the opportunity to talk about some of the stressors in the community. So if this were to pass today as is, how would communities be able to bring forward some of these stressors that happen as communities are redeveloping?
Thanks for the question. We did hear a lot of those through the engagement, definitely, as well as today. We do anticipate that there will be other rezonings in the neighborhood where there's opportunities for people to continue to bring up different points of tension that you mentioned, but we did try and become available to residents as much as possible to speak to them about some of these issues.
Councillor, just to add, there's multiple points of connection that community can have with either administration or their councillor. As you know, they can reach directly out to councillors' offices through different projects that are happening in the area at any given time, whether that's neighborhood renewal or even LRT engagement. There's opportunities for engagement there. And as you mentioned, the public hearing isn't necessarily the best spot to bring those issues about when you're dealing with that discrete land use application, when generally that one land use application doesn't have any impact on those stresses.
And then I think that's really helpful to be reminded of. Thank you, Mr. Haslick. I also want to follow up on Councillor Cartmel's concern about the RS to RM sort of transition. There is a lot of homes being rezoned from RS to RM within like the Meadowlark Park area and RM16, I believe. And I share some of the concerns that if someone wished to redevelop their home into a similar type of structure, there'd be some limitations in that respect. Can you just clarify that for me, as I'm sure we may have, we didn't hear a lot from residents today, but we may have residents reaching out in the next few months or so.
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in and maybe give some clarity from the legal side of things. So the way those zones are set up, Councillor, is that it's a regulation that you can have single, semi, or duplex housing provided it existed with a valid development permit as of January 1st. So if on January 1st a homeowner had a valid development permit, they would be able to, let's say they wanted to build a different single detached house or a different duplex or something like that, they would have the ability to do that under the bylaw as a permitted use, as so long as they existed with a valid development permit as of January 1. In addition, if they wanted to keep their existing house and add additions or some sort of alterations, those sorts of things, that would be allowed under the zone, provided, of course, they met the regulations of the zone, but wouldn't require a variance. So there is sort of some enshrined development rights that are allowed under that existing as of January 1st, 2024 type scenario.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, great. Thank you, Jesse. That was a lot clearer. Because I think I was a bit confused from some of the presentations from speakers. I thought we're doing, this PGA essentially elevates the threshold of what can be built in these particular lots, but it doesn't make it exclusive to, let's say, low or mid or high rise. But there's still kind of in the example, missing impact that you had cited, like those are still options that people can build.
That's correct.
So just want to, okay, so that's what I want to check. Just in terms of this question around why these 5 locations, and so just so I'm clear on that, city has the city plan, we have the district plan, we have the growth management framework as well that says where should we be focusing on intensification at various population markers, right? Like that was that one of the factors that went into identifying these five areas for intensification for this round of PGA upzoning?
Thank you, Councillor Tang. So what I might say is that all 19 priority growth areas are nodes and corridors that we expect to see the most growth in the short term. When we were analyzing all 19 to select which ones we would move forward with, we used a scoring matrix that involved a lot of different factors. So we looked at land use complexity in the area, we looked at what the city plan said about activation approach, we looked at what the existing zoning alignment is in the area, all sorts of factors ranging from vacancy rates, vacant land use, age of housing stock, street pattern, transit. It was quite complex.
Okay.
Councillor, yes, we definitely looked at city plan and district plans, and as stated before, the rezoning proposal before you today is an implementation of that and streamlining of the process to help us realize our targets of 50% infill as well as 600,000 new residents within the Henday.
Right, because some of the zones is kind of looking at development along future LRT stops and future lines, whereas, I think someone talked about the examples of Bonnie Doon or Millwoods Town Center that are, they're along existing lines and existing stations, and why not start with the ones that with the transit infrastructure that's already been built.
Correct. It's and the proposal in front of you today is definitely not a blanket approach. It's very focused, very responsive to what's happening on the ground.
Okay, so I guess that my interpretation of that is, there are lots of areas we could be looking at, but these are kind of through various factors, the most strategic places that we should be focusing on. Is that accurate?
Yes, and I would just add that a couple of those areas you mentioned, like Bonnie Doon, Millwoods Town Center, etc., already have high density zoning there, so there wasn't as much opportunity for a project like this.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's helpful as well. I was wondering if for those density targets in the presentation, I think on page 6, that came from the city plan, and I think I heard during one of the speakers talked about Gardner University is already currently at the 250 major node target. I was wondering if you have the current targets for the other 4 areas too.
Yes, I believe that's in the presentation. Lisa?
Yeah, I was just going to pull up that slide. Slide 6, please.
Sorry, okay, so those are the current ones. I thought those were aspirational targets that we're trying to strive for.
They're minimum density targets.
Okay, thank you. I think that's good clarity. Thank you. Sorry, I don't know how much time I have left. I okay, you know what? I will come back later. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Can you move the second round?
Councillor
Oh, sorry,
Rutherford.
Councillor Rutherford, you haven't had a first round. Sorry about that. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, and I just keep getting bumped. Scribe doesn't like me today. Thank you. I'm gonna focus a little bit micro to go macro. So please bear with me for a second, because I want to go to the area that I'm most familiar with, which would be the corridor along Inglewood and 124th Street. Why was the DC2 that's along 123rd Street not included when we included other direct controls?
Hi, Councillor Rutherford. So it was a combination of, we didn't necessarily want to rezone all direct control 2 zones if we hadn't heard from the property owners. If they had a very specific vision in mind, we didn't necessarily want to change that. And then I believe the DC2 that you're referring to already allows for a higher density than we're proposing in the area.
Oh, yeah, and it's
If
a
that-
sitting vacant, half constructed. And then why then, what's the methodology for doing the mixed use H28 on that corner when that is a gas station? Would we want mixed use with a gas station where a gas station is? Because I just think about like the other areas of land are sterile now in the ward I represent because they used to be a gas station and can't have that kind of stuff. So why would we rezoning a gas station to mixed use?
That gas station is currently a mixed use zone currently.
But can residential go on there, on that parcel?
There are opportunities for them to do further analysis in terms of contamination and remediate the site if they pursue.
But they just pulled the DP and just redid the entire gas station and renovated it.
So, Councillor,
But that's likely not possible.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, if they were to go residential, or if to apply for a development permit for residential, the investigation in terms of environmental sensitive areas would be done at that time to determine appropriateness of residential use.
Yeah, I guess the reason I'm asking these questions is I'm looking at just I'm not as familiar with other areas of the city like Garneau and other areas that are in these zones. I can see the numbers and I can see okay, we're going to this zone. I don't know from what, but I'm actually trying to understand the actual development potential, because to be quite frank, I'm a bit skeptical of the development potential in the corridor along 111th that I am familiar with, knowing some of the site-specific context. So how can I trust like that these were selected as the highest and best potential and won't just lead to property values going up without subsequent development also happening?
So, Councillor, we did not go to the maximum development potential for each of the lots. We actually took a conservative approach in terms of development potential. So just trying to respond to that. And
Do you think you went too conservative? Like you have like only one parcel sometimes in Inglewood getting rezoned to an RM. Now that property owner will likely have higher value. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about that, but this is more broader context of affordability. And then would their affordability be as good for resale of any units? Like, isn't it the more that we rezone at once, the less likely for speculation?
Yeah, we took, I'll just restate a couple things. We did try and take a conservative approach, but also recognize that in order to reduce speculation, we picked along major, that area is along an intersection. So we did pick along the intersections, directly along arterials, areas that traditionally have lots more potential. I understand that you're saying with the recent development permit, it may take time in some of these areas over time. We also, yeah, maybe I'll just leave it at that.
Councillor, just to add, there's a balance being struck here through the project, the engagement, and the developability of all these parcels. We look to focus our efforts as well as take into consideration the engagement that was brought to the table in terms of how far do we go out and do we bleed it out of that major node or the major corridor. So how far do we go into that neighborhood, or do we keep it tight right along the corridor? And we've erred towards keeping it tight.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford, can you move the second round, please?
Yeah, so moved.
Second.
Please vote. Councillor Salvador seconded it.
Yes, for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Just waiting on one vote.
I'm yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. All right. Councillor Stevenson.
Oh, thank you. I did want to dig into something I heard from one speaker today, but I've been hearing from others throughout this process as well, is just access to amenities, particularly in Wequentoin. I just want to flag, I think on page 26 of the What We Heard report, there was maybe just a miscopied section about sort of the response to that. I was just wondering if you could provide a summary of that.
Yes, thanks, Councillor Stevenson. The response should have referenced Breathe, the city's open space strategy that's funded and in development, looking at ways that areas that have density can provide open space more based on quality as well as access to this open space. There's discussion in some of those comments there. Folks talk about shadow studies of wind. A response would be that section 7.140 of the zoning bylaw provides that information where wind impact assessments or sun shadow impact studies can be required. And finally, there's some conversation in there around transportation issues that are discussed in the city's mobility study to support the application.
Okay, great. So at a high level, those aspects are being monitored and evaluated, and there are strategies to address gaps that may currently exist or emerge as populations increase.
That's correct. I should have also mentioned the approach, which takes a look at recreation spaces as well. But correct, yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. I also, and forgive me, I recall that for the Edmonton Design Committee, I had understood that they were maybe considering some changes to their boundaries. Is that the case?
Yes, and I can't remember when that's coming forward. I don't know if Kim or Travis knows, but
I can follow up, Councillor, but it is on the work plan to contemplate for later this year, maybe early next year.
Okay, great. So again, for folks maybe wanting to see higher architectural standards in these areas, that work will come as part of EBC.
yes, they were looking at aligning their boundaries with nodes and corridors.
Perfect, great, which would align very well with these rezonings. Perfect. Also, just as we're becoming more familiar with these zones, so in the mixed-use zone, it's mandatory to do ground floor commercial only in a commercial frontage designation?
Correct.
Okay. And I thought, there was a suggestion around commercial frontages along bike lanes. We typically think about them along sort of collector roads, more trafficked area. Is that, again, not a conversation for today, I guess, but is that something the administration has been looking at or contemplating?
I don't think we've been looking at it specifically with respect to bike lanes. It's more about our proximity to LRT as well as when it's directed, well, not directed, but encouraged by the district plans.
Yeah. Okay, that's really helpful. I also just want to make sure that this concern that, if we upzone we're going to automatically invest in that physical infrastructure, even if we're not seeing development permits come in. Is that the case, or would we wait for some of that development to be occurring before investing?
Councillor Jatinder Dwana here. So when it comes to storm, sanitary and water, we've done thorough analysis, and it's only at the development permit stage. There may be certain areas wherein upgrades may be required. Again, those would be developer funded.
Okay. And so,
generally, we are in a good shape, if I were to say.
And so again, that concern that the city does these upzonings, invests a whole lot in physical infrastructure that then doesn't actually get used is minimized, because that would actually not happen until the development permit stage, where development is more likely to happen. Okay. I think just really quickly, my last minute, again, none of these rezonings compel anyone to redevelop their property. Is that correct?
Yes, it's the landowner's choice to redevelop or not.
Great. And then just this question of potentially 81st Avenue, removing that. Am I correct in understanding that even if we were not to move forward with those rezonings today, if an individual property owner on that street were to come forward, again, that type of rezoning would be aligning with district plan direction?
That's correct. A private application could come in at any time.
Okay. Okay, I will leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Cardinal.
Thank you. I'm going to dig in a little bit more on this. So I just want us to be really clear with language. I heard earlier that if a landowner had a development permit as of January 1st, 2024, they can proceed with that permit. But if a landowner right now today doesn't have a permit in place and they want to do something with their property that looks more like a single family home and less like what it's being upzoned to, can they do that?
So, Councillor, just to be really, really clear with language, if somebody or if a landowner had an existing valid development permit for a single detached house, they could build, if they wanted to, a new single detached house on that property.
Okay, so I'm going to stop you right there, because my house was built in 1995. I have no idea if I have a valid development permit, but I do have a house.
Understood.
And if my house burned down, I could build this house or a different house. Is it the same thing for somebody on 81st Avenue if this passes?
If they have a valid development permit, unfortunately that's the legal answer. If they don't, or if they don't know, they could seek a variance to the regulation that requires that only single, semi, and duplexes as of January 1st, 2025 can be built. So there is always an opportunity to seek a variance if a proper development permit was never obtained, or if it can't be found, or if it's just so old that it's no longer practical. There is that opportunity or option for a variance, but there's no guarantee in a variance.
So, Councillor,
Right,
just
there's
to add,
no.
yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
On that variance, without a valid development permit, there's different ways we can check to see if there was a house. The easiest way is we have aerial imagery from January 1st, 2024, or a little bit earlier. We'd use that as justification for a variance if they were pursuing that type of development. We could use that as justification, I should say.
Or, I think I heard the advice earlier, the zoning bylaw could be amended to provide that opportunity to property owners to put something up that looks like what's there now. And remove the ambiguity and create the certainty. I'm not presuming anything would pass, but that's the place where we need to have that conversation. Yes?
If Councillor wishes, yes.
Okay.
But there is definite certainty to the bylaw right now in terms of how you can what that pathway to achieving your house is.
Yeah, but it doesn't guarantee the opportunity or the right to put back what is there today. Only the opportunity to ask. Because if a variance is denied, then you've got a property that you can't use the way you want to use it.
That ambiguity does exist, yes.
Yeah. Okay, I got some questions about property value. If this goes through, I understood you to say collectively, not like the royal you, that there's a clear demand and potential for these lots, that a market study was done, and so that this work has been targeted at those properties which are most likely to be that are ripe for redevelopment. And to my mind, that implies value. So if the first 1 or 2 or 3 properties are sold, that then affects the market value of adjacent properties or properties in the general area, correct? Isn't that how we assess property value?
Yes, generally.
So if I live on a block and 2 or 3 of my neighbors sell their properties and generate an increase in my property value, my taxes are going up, correct?
Just for clarity, the market study assessed the entire PGA, not just the areas that are before you, but the entire PGA, and also all 19 to try to get to the 5 that are that we're at. But yes, like there is an element of market value, but market value is controlled by many things, and development opportunity and the momentum of development is definitely one of those.
Councillor, I'm just add that the policy approved by council and district plans and city plan already signifies that intent for greater development rights and intensity in these areas. So that's already built in.
Fully aware of that, Mr. Pollock. I've been sitting here for 8 years. I know what the intent was. I know I've been following along. I'm trying to get to the bottom of what the perspective might be of a person that owns a house whose property is being upzoned, frankly, without their request, and what the implications might be for them. I'll come back.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I have an amendment. Would you like it at this time, or do you want to keep going with questions?
No, I think we are ready to entertain amendments. We don't have long. There's only a couple of hours left. Just hold on. I'm going to ask the clerk to what the process be to entertain amendments. We have to have something on the floor, right?
It has helped to put something on the floor before you amend it, yes.
Yes. So I could move something.
I'll move the motion.
Just hold on. Oh, you want you?
Sure, I'll move it. Yep. Can't I amend my? No.
No, hold on. Just hold on.
Moving first reading, because that's what's before you. And then
But we need to close the public hearing first, right? We wouldn't have to close the public hearing?
You have to close it before second reading.
Okay. So, yes, okay, let's, hold on, Councillor Jans, just hold on. Can you move the second round? Can you move the second round?
So moved.
Okay, please, second. Okay, or additional round, sorry. Please vote for additional round.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We're just putting that vote out now.
Yes, for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Just waiting on one vote.
Yes, for me.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We'll go to the questions first, then I'm going to work with the clerk to figure out. Councillor Paquette, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Because I hear that Councillor Jans would like to make an amendment, I'll put the motion on the floor.
So moving first reading?
Yeah, we can still debate.
No, we can't close the public hearing until we conclude these new information too, because we have a process to follow. We got to go through the new information.
All right, so I must have missed.
Just give me a few seconds. I'm working with clerk to figure out what the next step will be. You have questions, Councillor Paquette? If you have questions, carry on with the question.
I do. Actually,
Okay,
I'd like to follow up on some of what Councillor Carmel was asking, because I thought that was intriguing. And I'm just wondering, like, do we grandfather anything in, or is it just like once it's zoned, it's zoned? But do we not have the capacity to grandfather some uses in?
So the provision within the zoning bylaw about the January 1st, 2024 for single detached is in essence recognizing development that existed before the zoning bylaw. So it is that grandfathering of development.
Okay, so I just want to be clear then. So in Councilor Carmel's example, let's say the house had to be rebuilt. Your answer to them was that someone might have to apply for a variance. But are you also saying that we could grandfather something in so that that would not be a requirement?
So I think, Councillor, the only time that there would have to be a variance is if there was no existing valid development permit and the property didn't exist as of January 1st. So that's when you're in that variance situation. Now, you as a council could look to amend the zoning bylaw to take away the requirement for a valid development permit. You could take away the requirement altogether that they had to be existing as of, and allow those uses as of right in the zone. There's a couple ways to do it, but the point that I was trying to make with Councillor Cartmel is we can't use ownership as our trigger point for those sorts of legacying type provisions. So in the creation of the zoning bylaw, it was done intentionally such that if you existed and you were validly existing, you had the right permits, so on and so forth, that you could continue that use without having to get any variances. You could change the exterior house, you could add an addition, you could do those sorts of things without having to get variances under the zoning bylaw. Now I think what council is talking about is something a little bit different. That's saying we maybe aren't concerned about having a valid development permit, or maybe we're not concerned about single detached and semi-detached being in this larger scale zone. Those are all within council's purview, but we just couldn't use ownership as sort of the turning piece for that.
Okay, so that's okay, right. So that makes it less easy and more fiddly. Okay, I get it. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think what we're going to do is go through the questions, go through the council members, conclude the questions to administration, then close the public hearing, then go through the amendments after that. Because if we keep the public hearing open, then more people can sign up to speak, right? So I want to get that done first, right? So we'll follow that process as recommended by clerk as well. So we will go through the questions from council colleagues first, then we'll conclude, then we close the public hearing. Councillor Principe, go ahead.
Just a quick point of order question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just so I understand, my understanding was that you could put a motion on the floor like for first reading, but still continue with questions. Is that not correct?
You can, but then you're keeping the public hearing open, which allows additional members of the public to sign up to speak. So that's why I would like to close the public hearing first, then move the rest of the proceedings. So there's we at least have a closure on not having additional speakers sign up to speak.
So just so I'm clear, right now the public hearing is still open and it will be. So I don't understand the distinction.
Distinction is once we close the public hearing, no more members of the public can sign up to speak.
Right. But what does that have to do with putting a motion on the floor?
So if you put the motion on the floor, public hearing remains open, and we debate the motion, and we still got to go to for new information as well. Maybe clerk, you can.
So what you're saying is you'd like to go through all the questions, close public hearing, then put the motion on the floor.
Yeah, we're almost concluding the questions because there's only few people remaining on the board to ask questions.
Okay. So it's either or. I got it. Thank you.
Councillor Principe, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm trying to get an understanding of what we were discussing. If there was to be new development on the area, on a single detached home, as some of the examples were, let's say, unfortunately, it burns down, it cannot be built again. Sorry to harbor on this. It cannot be built again unless it has a valid permit, is what I heard. Correct? Like the same type of dwelling.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And they have to have a valid permit. How does one know if they have a valid permit? Like, I wouldn't know if I have a valid permit. I built my house 26 years ago. I did when we built it, but I don't know how long a permit lasts.
We would check our records at the city in terms of the development permits that were issued to build the home at that time.
How long do permits last?
They last in perpetuity until some other use replaces them, such that the two can happen at the same time.
Right. Okay, perfect. Thank you. And then Now, from what I recall, and this was maybe through zoning bylaw renewal, or maybe it's just through when people come with rezoning requests, I was always under the impression that we are voting for maximum build out, but not necessarily expecting, like, it doesn't have to be maximum build out. We can build below maximum. Is this a different case because it's a priority growth area?
Thanks
Like, why? Sorry.
Thanks for the question. To answer your question, if I understand it correctly, yes, there's maximum heights given, but people will and can build below those maximums in these zones too as well.
Councillor, there are minimum densities in some of these zones, if that's what you're going to, but it's up to the applicant being fully well aware of what they're applying for at the time.
Okay, so if a single family home, if they, God forbid, the house burns down, and they want to rebuild on the same spot, they can do, if it's zoned for up to 16 floors, but they only want to build a 3-story, that's acceptable?
Yes, in general, providing again they meet the minimum density of that zone that's now in effect, yes.
The minimum density of the zone, but is it for the whole district?
No, it's only on their individual parcel. Or their lot. And Councillor,
all right. So why are we always talking we're always talking about density in the area, not the zone?
So when council is considering individual rezoning applications at our public hearings, you are being asked to consider the full development potential of that lot under that zone that's being considered. So today we are presenting a number of properties that have under a number of different zones. And so yes, you would be considering those properties under the maximum or full potential of that zone. What we've said in terms of a conventional approach is that we could have gone higher. So where there are heights that we have suggested, say to 23 meters, we could have gone higher based on the policy that is district plans and the city plan, but we chose not to for various reasons in some cases. So that's where we have talked about in terms of not going to the full potential. But you as council consider the full development potential of each of the zones in front of you.
Right. Okay. And we were discussing the 250 people per hectare, and that was a minimum, correct?
That's a minimum for the node at the city plan level.
At the city plan level. Okay. And okay. Sorry. I'll just stop my questions here because of the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. I just have a few quick questions I want to go over to not take another round. Just for my understanding, can you speak a little bit more about that balance with the business requirements and the main floor thing? And so how many parcels would have that requirement? And where are they located? Mainly on the primary corridors, right?
There's a variety of areas where they're attributed. I don't have the exact number of parcels, but for example, on 124th Street, it's south of 109th Avenue. There's other areas that we can pull up some of those slides too if you're interested in. The key areas that they're located are generally kind of on major shopping streets, like that core area of 124th Street or along Jasper Avenue, as well as around LRT stations, properties that are directly adjacent to them.
Okay. And traffic impacts. I don't know if I really was satisfied with what was in the report on that, given that I've had a few recent examples where there is some concern about traffic impacts from residents, and I'm told by administration, well, that's discussed at zoning. So if we rezone these and we haven't done a thorough analysis of the traffic impacts, there's no opportunity for that? How can you walk me through or provide some understanding of the traffic analysis? Because from what I read, it seems like there's kind of an acknowledgement that there will be corridors that may not function optimally.
Yes, Councillor Fassel.
Councillor Fassel. In terms of
Somebody's is not muted.
hello.
Go ahead. Yeah, you're better.
All right. In terms of the traffic transportation study that was done, a cumulative impact of the additional development was considered. So we established a baseline using 1.25 million population, and then the targeted increase through the PGA project was considered over and above. So comparison was done along the major corridors. We looked at 32 intersections, looked at it more from the multimodal perspective, and identified what gaps are there in terms of interventions that can be done at a wider spectrum between a missing sidewalk to a major revamp of a corridor like 109 Street. So all that included what we looked at in terms of the land use scenario was about 29,000 units that were identified as part of the PGA project through the growth identified in these areas. So
that's sufficient. Sorry, just mindful of my time. For my last question, when we've done some of these analysis, what I heard from speakers is, their concern about how context has changed, like we're not having as much immigration policy, where, students might not be in as high demand. So I wanted to ask administration, how comfortable and confident are you that your assumptions that you've made in the assessment of these priority growth areas still holds with all the context changes we've had? And there's been a doozy in the last 4 years.
Yeah, there's been definitely a lot of outside forces, but we're very confident in what we've provided council for consideration today. Considering population increases, our policy that's backing us up, the technical studies that was done, the industry that we talked to, Edmontonians that we spoke with, it's all conglomerating into the proposal that's before you today.
Which of the 5 priority growth areas before us, which has the highest potential? Which would be ranked number 1?
In terms of market demand currently, or is that
for
kind of
development.
It's Wakentwin, which makes up a large portion of growth. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. So going back to the previous thread, I think I understood it to be said that an amendment would not be made to this bylaw, it would have to be made to the zoning bylaw to crystallize ownership rights, so to speak. Is that correct?
You're correct, Councillor Cartmel. If you were looking to sort of do something where we took away that valid development permit requirement and just had, if you were existing as of January 1st, that would have to be made to the zones within 20,001.
Okay. Okay, so I'll dig into that. So here's my next question then. We have the review of the zoning bylaw on June 3rd, where this and maybe some other subjects might come up. And I also want to note that Councillor Jans moved a motion which was passed at the April 28th public hearing, the effect of which was amendments to limit opportunities and review the general purpose for the RSM small medium scale transition zone outside of nodes and corridors. And it feels like there's some situations in this work that are analogous to the concerns that led to this motion, not to speak for Councillor Jans, but it was similar mid-block upzoning questions. Is that fair to say? first of all, that they're analogous situations, perhaps?
All of the properties in front of you today are within nodes and corridors.
Oh, they are. Okay. I was just wondering about a referral of this work back until those conversations are complete, and what the implications of that, of such a motion might be.
With respect to the RSM,
So, with respect to to this work in front of us, if this bylaw in front of us today, the PGA bylaw in front of us today, was referred back pending the outcome of those other two discussions.
I am confident to say that our recommendation would not change simply because the motion spoke to within nodes and corridors, or sorry, restricting opportunities outside of nodes and corridors. What's in front of us today is all within. As well, there's only one property, I believe, that is RSM, and that is in Garneau, adjacent to a heritage property. Or three, sorry, there's three. So there, what I'm saying, Councillor, is...
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I understand. I understand. Like with respect to Councillor Jan's motion, I understand it doesn't flow. I get that part. Thank you. Still wondering though, if we want to have that zoning bylaw renewal conversation before we complete this conversation.
If there are any changes that come out of that zoning bylaw renewal conversation on June 3rd, those, any amendments, subsequent amendments to the zoning bylaw would apply to any of the zones across the city, including the ones in front of us today.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Can you move the additional round, Councillor Carmel?
Yes, I can. I'll move an additional round.
Okay.
I don't think we need another round. I'm just on my second round.
Clerk?
Yeah, that's correct.
That's good. Okay, okay. Councillor Pensway, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm just looking again at the map. I'll use Garneau as an example. For the suggested zoning, do we expect a maximum build out? Shouldn't we always expect a maximum build out? If we did, what would be the people per hectare?
Thanks for the question. We don't necessarily expect that everyone will max out their zoning. That is it could happen, but it's not what we expect. I guess I would say, in terms of what we think that the actual density would be, it's very hard to ascertain based on how lots consolidate. Could be quite different here. Individual properties could redevelop, a couple properties could come together and consolidate and redevelop. So it's very hard to actually pinpoint that exact number.
Councillor, it would definitely get us closer to the city plan minimum targets for Garneau. Yes, so there would be definitely an increase in density, but that is what we're trying to achieve. We're trying to achieve our city plan goals and targets.
So where are we right now with the number? We had heard a speaker say that we have already reached our minimum. Have we?
I don't believe in Garneau that we've reached a 250 per person per hectare. We have not.
Okay, do you know where we are, what the number is?
Lisa will just look that up.
Okay. And then I do have another question about the heritage homes. That is something that I'm very concerned about. And one of the concerns I have is, the city does invest a fair bit of money into heritage homes when people apply for that. What kind of guarantee do we have to keep those homes safe and retain them? 81 Avenue is a good example of that. I too am concerned about us losing our heritage homes.
Yes, so the only way to guarantee the preservation or conservation of our heritage is to move them from the inventory to the register, so get them designated. That protects the homes. And that's available inside, outside PGAs across the city.
Right, but designated, we approve designations, like homes being, designated homes being torn down on a fairly, it feels, regular basis. And that's my concern, is that even when they have that protection, it's not a guaranteed protection.
The designation is a guaranteed protection. When they're on the inventory, it is not. And so when you're getting those memos about demolitions, they're on the inventory, they're not on the registry of designated heritage resources.
Okay, I thought there was one in the quarters that we had. I thought it was.
Sorry, I can't speak to that one.
So yeah, okay, yeah, maybe not in this. Yeah. Okay, and then can you tell me, in the map, 81 Avenue, it says RMH23. Is that on the south portion of the street? Like, I'm trying to get an understanding where 81 Avenue is, or is that just on the north portion? The south portion would remain, I'm not even sure what the zoning is there.
Hi, Councillor. The RMH23 is proposed for the north side of 81st Avenue.
Okay.
Excluding the 3 lots that are proposed for the RSM next to a designated heritage resource. We're proposing no rezoning on the south side of 81st Avenue, and it would remain as the RS zone.
RS. Okay, good. Thank you. That's great. That's my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. So that concludes the questions to administration from council members. This time will ask if council members have any questions to administration or to the proponents, and members of the public in both opposition and in favor, any new information arising out of previous conversation. Okay, I see none. We are ready to close the public hearing on this bylaw.
I'll move closure.
Okay.
Second.
Councillor Wright. Okay, we have closed the public hearing, and
Could we vote on closure of the
please
public hearing?
vote on closing the public hearing.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now, can someone move, Councillor Salvador, want to move the first reading?
I'll move first reading.
Second.
Okay, all right, we have a first reading on the floor now. At this time, anybody like to make any amendments? Councillor Jans.
Thank you, and I believe the clerks have the wording. The intent of this, that bylaw 21128 is amended by deleting the following properties from Schedule G, and it's effectively the list of properties between 109th Street and 112th Street on 81st Avenue, and this represents those properties there, and I'll just look to admin to confirm that is correct.
Those are the correct rows in the bylaw.
Thank you. So by way of introduction,
need a seconder.
Second.
Councillor Paquette, okay.
Thank
Now,
you.
please, introduction.
So by way of introduction, what this effectively does is removes the properties on 81st Ave on the north side from the rezoning. So this is effectively 28 properties. It's more than that though, because there might be in some cases an upstairs, downstairs, but it's effectively 28 parcels on the north side. This speaks to the sentiment that we've been hearing quite a bit from Garneau about the concern of loss of RS in the community, as has been shared many times, and I know we've been going through many Garneau debates over this term. This effectively doesn't remove them from the district plan, but does remove them from this automatic upzoning here today. So I'm happy to take questions or explain rationale further, but I think it highlights a lot of the concern that the speakers shared, and I hope is considered a reasonable compromise.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Now, questions. Councillor Wright.
Yes, I'm just wondering, I guess to administration, Why were they initially included? And what kind of analysis would you do to justify them being taken out?
In terms of why they would remain in the proposal, the zoning to the north along 82nd Ave is up to 65 meters, and so it provided a good transition from those high-density houses or developments.
Councillor, they're within the major node, the University Garneau major node, and we would expect a much higher development. If a private application came in for a much higher, more intense level of development, we would examine that, but because it's in the major node, that's the type of development that we would expect would be even more intense than what's proposed.
Oh, okay. So without having this transition zone, homeowners, I guess, beside that, along that 81st Ave could expect even higher or more dense units?
Sure. So, Councillor Wright, the district policy for a major node says to support low and mid-rise throughout a major node, and a mid-rise is defined as up to 8 stories. So anything on 81st or even 80th Avenue would have policy support for a building of up to 8 stories.
Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. I'm just wondering if I had a question for the mover. No, I'm good.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you so much. So I just want to understand, when we do these 1,000+ or so property through the PGA, scale is important, right? I guess, sorry, this is too.
Can you speak clearly, Councillor Tang? Can you speak?
Oh, sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah,
okay?
that's better, yeah.
Okay, sorry. When we do sort of mass rezoning like this for PGA, scale matters. Is that correct to administration?
Scale in terms of, well, scale matters in terms of alignment with our policy, but we've also taken into consideration context. So we're considering the context in which the properties currently exist, and as in the with respect to 81st Ave, we're considering that context in terms of transition.
So I guess I'm just wondering, like, if we remove these 28 or so properties, does it affect kind of the overall intent around what you just said in terms of context and scale, or is the impact pretty minimal?
Councillor, I think what you will see here is a lack of clarity for both community and development industry in terms of where and how our policy alignment will be achieved. As mentioned, the district policy looks for a building typology of 4 stories to 8 stories here. With this rezoning here, we are signifying where and how a large swath of those blocks will meet that. If we take them out, we should expect to still see individual discrete applications come in, as it is still within that major node. It's a high demand area, and that lack of clarity for the community and development industry won't be achieved.
Okay, maybe to the mover then. I guess earlier in my Q&A with the speakers, I was just trying to verify, are we talking about one street being excluded, or is it the whole zone? It sounded like the whole zone. But by kind of just excluding sort of, a segment of the zone, just wanted to, you're good with that, or
Yeah,
it won't affect their plan amendment work?
well, I think there's still some questions about the plan amendment work, about how that's going to proceed, etc. From what I got in a response to administration. But I think the one area that, like in the Garneau plan, generally 87th and 109th was generally areas of consensus. Even the middle Garneau area and East Garneau area was generally consensus. The area that we heard today from the most speakers that was the biggest touch point, especially around the concern around RS zone and preservation of single family homes, both heritage and then other family potential stock, was on the 81st Ave piece. So I thought by putting an amendment here just to pull out those 3 blocks would be a kind of a compromise proposal that hopefully would be more amenable to my colleagues and would have a greater sense of like kind of I'm trying to meet multiple objectives here. If that does that make am I answering your question, Councillor Tang?
Yeah, that's helpful. That's helpful. Okay, I think I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you so much. I was feeling inclined to support this just in terms of, hearing some of the feedback from residents, but I'm just going back and looking at the context. So it seems to me that this is in quite close proximity to LRT. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And also, my understanding is that bus rapid transit will also be very close.
Yep, 109 Street.
And then, again, just to clarify my understanding as well, so RM23, that's typically a height of around 6 stories.
Correct.
And again, that's backing on to sort of significantly higher. So to that point of providing transition, yeah, and I think I sort of heard before as well that, again, removing this wouldn't preclude other applications from coming forward, and the expectation would be that those individual applications may be even higher. So what sort of height would be supported in this portion of the block?
Basically, up to 28 meters.
28 stories?
Oh, sorry, 28 meters, 8 stories.
Great. Perfect. Yes, because it's going to be 23 meters, which is only about 6 stories, but we would see sort of significantly higher on the individual, right, because it's backing onto like height of 65 meters. Okay. And again, it seems to me that we're not, yeah. Okay, I'll just leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, I think that answered a number of my questions. So close to transit, sort of acting as a transition zone, future BRT, that all makes sense. And just understanding, if part of the intention of this was to preserve some degree of single-family homes, this doesn't do that.
There is still RS remaining in Garneau, south of 81st Ave as well as north.
Sorry, I meant removing this section doesn't ensure that there will be single-family homes here.
Sorry, yes, that's correct. Okay. Policy gives that signal that we're expecting redevelopment in the entire node.
Yeah, and if the intention was to change that, that would have to happen at like a district planning level, maybe even a city plan level? City plan. Okay. Yeah, that's helpful clarity. Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in regards to the RMH23 being a transition zone, was it ever considered to do an RMH16?
We explored a few different options, but with the heights of up to 65 to the north and some of the trends in the area, we felt that the H23 was the most appropriate.
Okay. But then from a single family to 65 is going to be even more impactful, I think.
There's many buildings there to that height today, along with.
Okay, thanks for pointing that out. And can I ask a question of the mover of the amendment, Councillor Jans?
Yep, of course.
So just from hearing what administration said, do you feel that it is still appropriate to not have that transition zone? Just to, you're still in favor of this amendment?
I think what I hear you saying is from 82nd Ave, where it's much higher, to 81st Ave, which would be a transition zone, to down to 80th Ave, which would be RS. Is it better to keep 81st Ave as a transition zone? Is that the question that you're putting to me?
Well, just that the transition zone was considered RMH23 on 81 Ave.
Like
I
think what I think I've heard from the speakers today is that there's a resistance to 81st Ave being any transition zone, that they want it to remain heritage homes in many cases, or RS in other cases. Like they don't want to see a 4-story, 5-story, 6-story, any kind of transition. That's sort of what I'm trying to get to by pulling these out of the upzoning.
Right. Okay, good. Thank you for that answer. That's it for me, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principal. Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Just a couple of questions to the mover. You heard from administration that individual applications can be brought forward, approved for higher density and height. So this doesn't give any assurance to the residents that they'll remain single family.
So maybe while the mayor was on leave, the community had came to a public hearing and indicated that they are trying to bring in a community plan that would amend the district plan. So the district plan wouldn't be recommending density in these areas.
So this is kind of contingent on that community plan being developed.
Which, yeah, kind of.
Okay. Well, all right. So, but that's community driven, not administration driven, right?
That's correct. But I understand administration said they're talking with Garneau, so I don't want to speak for administration.
Maybe to administration, what would a community plan look like?
As discussed, we haven't.
Or maybe a direct question, like you would not, like based on what we have gone through so far, all the plans we have in place, you're not going to recommend preserving single-family homes on the north side of 82nd Avenue.
That would not align with our existing policy.
So
to preserve the RS would not align with our existing policy.
Right, okay. So maybe then back to the mover, are we not giving community a false hope of something that would not be agreeable with administration and just keeping them in a limbo?
Maybe, but if we today vote to upzone those 41 parcels, that's a done deal. So I think the community would rather keep having the conversation. Like I'll speak to it when I have the chance. I don't want to eat your time, but like this is the ongoing tension that we're having around city plan, district plan, Garneau, single family homes, all of the above.
Okay, maybe last question. Would you not see this as the ideal corridor for higher density, where we have the LRT, we have the bus service, we have the amenities, we have a hospital, we have university, educational schools? Wouldn't this be the ideal place for having more density?
Absolutely, but we already have lots of density too. So is there?
Which we have been arguing that we need more density.
And that's I think with the.
I'm arguing with you now. Sorry about that. Okay. I'll take the chair back. Okay. All right. Okay. No, that concludes the questions. Now to speak to this. We have only 1 hour and 20 minutes left, right? So people speaking to this, it could be very quick, please, if you're speaking to this. Anyone to speak to this? Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair? I'll say very quickly, I'm not going to support this. I understand the desire that Councillor Jans is really trying to articulate the concerns of the community, which I really appreciate, because that's the role of the ward councillor, to do so, to work with community, articulate those concerns, and bring those concerns to council colleagues at this table. So I really appreciate that advocacy that Councillor Jans is engaging in. But this is the ideal corridor for more density. If this is not where we will more higher density, I know where else we would, right? Is have everything that we've been linking to density, whether it's amenities close to more housing, whether it's public transit that allows people to move around more affordably, whether it's other amenities. This is just a perfect place for more high density, so I would not be supporting this. And I'll take the chair back. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Long before the ZBR passed, when items came to council, I would definitely make an argument that we needed to pass those items if they fit the bill, because we needed the density. So it was the same argument. And, you know, of course, we all know we have to right size our density in order to right size the budget. However, the ZBR has passed, and it's across the entire city. And I believe that this is an indication or a moment when we see that more of these kinds of things will be coming in front of council. And on one hand, just from a practical perspective, you would vote against this motion. But there's also the fact that we took basically 1,000 steps forward. And a lot of folks kind of, even though we advertised it, even though we communicated, we did community engagement and everything for years, when people hear about it, for a lot of folks, it's the first time. And the speed at which we moved has maybe left some folks reeling. And, you know, in that conversation, there's a lot of shades. You know, part of it is like, you know, obviously either self-interest or care for their community or care for heritage or just being confused and a little bit adrift. There's lots of different shades, and even more than I mentioned, and you know, a lot of those things can overlap. If this amendment passes, this area still falls under the ZBR. It just doesn't fall under the priority growth. And that's for now, and maybe for a generation. In the meantime, we do actually have density happening all across the city, but it's not incredibly rapid. The ball has started rolling, maybe it'll speed up, but there's lots of areas where there's still room for a ton of development. Do I think that we need development in this area? Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of like a downtown. You know, it should have the density of a downtown. But we also have to keep an eye to the fact that people need to feel like they are connected to the decisions that are made on their behalf. And they may not always agree with those decisions. And we made lots of decisions like that. But sometimes I think there's room to just sort of take a look at things and say, okay, maybe in this specific instance, this is something we do. Now, the issue there is that it kind of opens a can of worms. Lots of different communities can come in and then start saying like, well, what about us? What about us? What about us? And that opens up a lot of public hearings that we didn't want to have that echo what used to be when people would come for their upzoning. So if council wants to be very, very clean with it, they vote against this amendment. If council is going to make room for a little bit of human messiness, then maybe you support it. And that's going to be something that every councillor decides. And I'm actually not going to urge councillors one way or another. But I, for one, will probably be supporting the ward councillor on this because they probably know their community a little bit better than I do. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. I just wanted to jump on and speak, kind of appreciating Councillor Paquette's conversation about bringing people along My thought though is if you want to bring people along, then I think the bigger question is, do you support the priority growth areas or not writ large, as opposed to the removal of any one specific community? Because again, I go back to, one of the biggest things that we have seen historically with land use is that it is used as a tool to create inequity and to gatekeep. And it is an example of where those with the loudest voices don't get the development and those with the quietest voices do. And I appreciate Garneau so much for coming out, but we also had a Glenora here. Kinsley. We also had Garneau. We also had Glenora as well, and they are, just as apprehensive. I had residents in my ward that came out that are apprehensive. So I think if we want to honor those voices, we should look at whether we're going to approve the PGA writ large, not on any one specific amendment like this. Because I do think it does open a can of worms, so I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thanks very much. I just wanted to chime on briefly. I earlier in the day was feeling really inclined to support an amendment like this, but I think sort of seeing it and talking through the implications, I'm not inclined to support it at this point. I appreciate the need for some flexibility and some messiness, but I think actually removing this area creates more uncertainty and messiness. I think what's proposed here is an effective transition. It helps provide some greater clarity about what's expected, and again, is just located in such a prime area. It's hard to remove this without then it unravels a lot of the logic for a majority of the work that we're aiming to do right now. So appreciate the mover bringing it forward, understand the reasons, but I won't be able to support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jans to close.
Yeah, so I just want to be very clear. What this is talking about is preserving RS on effectively 28 lots. Many of them are older homes. They may be heritage. They may be on their way to heritage. I said single family earlier. I want to be clear. It's not just about single family. It's about RS in general. That some of these are small scale ground oriented apartments with multiple folks living in them in different forms. There's a really unique mix of urban density and some missing middle already on that block. So I want to be very clear about that. This is about just a chunk of RS zone on 3 blocks that many I don't think they're even. I'm thinking about Waquentawin, and I'm not sure if I'll be corrected later by the ward councillor, but I think Garneau even has fewer RS homes than Waquentawin. And I think I'm seeing a lot of nods. No, okay. Well, I thought it feels like it. It feels like there's a lot of others. So okay, I stand corrected. But so Garneau's second in the city. I mean, and as the speaker said today, everyone else, every other neighborhood has more. Even Queen Alex, even Mill Creek, even Strathcona, even others have way more RS than Garneau does. And I said before when we kind of debated a variant of this last time, it's about preserving a number of different choices in a number of different areas, and that we can still. Council, for instance, just on the old St. John site, approved a 30-story tower in our first year on council. There's a lot of other opportunities for we can still have that density that everybody here is talking about. We could still achieve many, many new homes and new targets, but at the same time, we can work with the community as they undertake this community plan, as they work to look at some of the ways to look at the historic preservation work that's ongoing, that we can look at some of these other pieces here. So it's very complicated. Like when I think about this block, some of these homes are how do I say this gently? They're quite expensive, and I do not think they're coming down soon. So realistically, as much as I see that like the academic potential on 81st for rezonings, I'm looking at some of these properties and I'm saying like in what world are you going to be able to get a number of contiguous lots together to do something like the properties on White Building on the north? So I think there's still, we didn't even get into it here, but another angle I wanted to talk about was some of the practical limitations to 81st. This is similar to when we had another one in Garneau, or Windsor Park rather, where the developer just went and lifted up a house and moved it. But if you look at the property that's on the far west end of 81, there's, not to single out anyone's home, but there's a number of quite very well maintained, expensive homes that I do not see coming down to become a higher density property anytime soon. So I guess, and if you, another angle I'd ask my colleagues to consider is just the practicality of this, and maybe a that we may be passing this today with little practical or little achievement as a result. So I'm hoping that this is seen as a good compromise, that you know we would still be supporting the rest of the PGA work in 87th Ave and 109th Street and in the Garneau area, but this would again be preserving 28 of the RS properties that I don't think anyone else apart from McQuentin has that kind of mix. So I would ask your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Please vote.
I'm a no, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. Okay. We are back. We have a first reading on the floor. Councillor Cardwell.
Mayor Sohi, I'd like to move a postponement motion. And that would be that bylaw 21128 be postponed to the June 9th, 2025 public hearing.
Second.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Who seconded it? Oh, Councillor.
I think two people did. This is Councillor Principe. I'm not sure who else did.
We heard Councillor Principe and Councillor Hamilton.
Okay,
Councillor Hamilton's fine.
Okay, Councillor Hamilton. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Hamilton seconded. Can you make the introduction, Councillor Carmel?
Yes, very briefly. I contemplated a referral motion, but heard very clearly from administration that their recommendation would not change, nor would I expect it to, frankly. I apologize for cutting Mr. Pavlik off or Mr. Pollock off earlier, but you know, we've all been here for the various discussions around generally increasing density and infill and the like, and I'm generally supportive of those. However, there is the potential that our zoning bylaw will look quite different depending upon amendments that might come out of the discussion on June 3rd. And that would change the context of this vote. I asked many questions about preserving ownership rights on the current built form that are rather ambiguous, you know, in terms of what's embedded in the zoning bylaw. This is not the place to change that. It has to be changed in a zoning bylaw conversation. I heard that. But whether or not I can support this bylaw is dependent on what the zoning bylaw is going to look like in a couple of weeks. So by moving up postponement, that means that the public hearing remains closed. There's no additional information that comes. It simply means that we have the debate and the votes on June 9th after the having the benefit of the June 3rd conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardwell. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe just to administration, and maybe I see Ms. Petrin is here. Are you able to, I realize the report is being published on Thursday, but at a high level, are the zones that we are contemplating today, do we anticipate significant changes to them coming forward?
The report itself is the 1 year in review reflection. I would say that much of the report is focused on the small scale residential zones. So don't see a lot on the more higher intensity type zones in terms of the report that's coming to June 3rd Urban Planning Committee.
Oh, and that's a good point as well, that the report is coming on June 3rd, but the actual amendments to zones wouldn't be made until a subsequent public hearing?
That's correct. So we'd be looking to confirm direction with Urban Planning Committee. Administration has some recommendations in which we would bring those changes to a public hearing, ideally contemplated before the summer break.
Okay. And then, I think another important just like timing piece is that my understanding is that it's the rules that are in place at the time of a development permit being issued that apply, not sort of when it was applied for?
Correct. It's the date of decision. That's the rules. The rules apply that day.
Right. So even if there were adjustments needed to these zones, it seems fairly unlikely that someone could get a DP in and issued prior to some of these changes rolling forward.
So let me play you out a little bit of a scenario, okay? Yeah. So imagine this was to pass and there came to pass that concern, right, about the existing as of January 1st, and there was a desire to make some amendments to that. If council directed those amendments and they came and passed at a future public hearing, all of course subject to council's discretion, those rules would apply to those property owners. So if they were to come to get a permit the day after that public hearing, they would get the new rules. The day before that public hearing, they would get the existing rules that exist today if this was to pass.
And so, and just to recap again, those existing rules, if there's currently an empty lot where this rezonings are applied, a new single detached home maybe couldn't be built, right? If it's currently vacant.
Likely it depends when it became vacant. If it had a valid development permit on January 1st, it's a bit nuanced, but yes, in a general sense, you're correct.
But if it had a single family home on it, disaster strikes, I'm hearing a lot of confidence that it could be rebuilt.
Yes, I've sort of expressed the little nuances and all of that about valid development permits, but generally speaking, yes, you're correct.
And if administration ran into a situation where they thought there was, there'd validly been a house, there was, again, that could come as a quick amendment to council if needed. But again, it seems like.
So it could come as a variance from the development authority. They could seek a variance to that particular regulation. And as Mr. Pollock said, generally we can't fetter the discretion, of course, of our development planners, but they would look to aerials, that sort of information, right, to see what was there in terms of exercising that. And also, to your point, yes, an amendment could be brought. That's also another option. So there's sort of two avenues there.
And two safety nets. But again, I'm sort of hearing there is safety built into the zone. If worst case nuance, very strange things, there are two other outlets or safeties there too. So a few fail safes, I guess, to something that's already fairly clearly established. Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Jans.
I guess I have a probability question for Ms. Inkpen. If there's the rezoning of a property of which there's potentially 1,700 and approximately, say, sub 100 structure fires per year that achieve an irretrievable damage to property of a city of approximately 1 million properties, we are spending a lot of time on this hypothetical fire question.
So, Councillor, I became a lawyer specifically so I don't have to do math.
Like, I guess I'm wondering, like, do we get a lot of these, like,
We get very little of them per year, Councillor, around the rebuilding of houses. What I would also note is that we had digitized all of our permits. So I know at least my place where I live from 1957 has a valid development permit because I did a search of records on it. So the likelihood that we have those records are pretty high to begin with as well.
Okay, so we're talking like getting hit by lightning while holding a valid, like, winning lottery ticket odds.
I don't want to play that type of game, but I think there's enough fail safes built in that we we can manage what's thrown
And
at
even
us.
if there wasn't, we still have a variance. Am I
Correct.
understanding that? Okay, so it sounds like we have a very, very competent fire service and a very, very competent option here. I guess if I can ask the mover, I'm hearing the interest in postponement. Given the fact that June 3rd is the committee, we'll have a chance to, I will tell you, I have amendments pending for the design amendments, that the motion that we already passed as council. So there would be some RS changes, but is there, given the fact that we're hearing from admin that there's not a lot of other significant other zone changes coming, are you still leaning towards the June 9th date, given the fact that we may have a June 27th public hearing date?
Well, yeah, I'm leaning towards the June 9th date because I don't want to postpone this forever, and we'll have the benefit of that June 3rd conversation, and that will give us some sense of direction, even if the that entire process isn't complete. And I'm not quite sure where the fascination with fires has come out, but to me, this is just providing certainty of not just preserving some some property rights, but also understanding what else might come out of that conversation. I mean, I don't know who's showing up to speak on June 3rd, for instance, and where that discussion might go. And that zoning bylaw underpins everything we do. So we should kind of know what it's going to look like before we pass this.
Okay, so I think I hear you, but I guess to administration, I think I'm hearing the opposite, that I think I hear admin saying that what we'll see, I believe the report is released this week, is some changes, and even if there were changes made or amendments made, or let me put it this way, extreme, even if we reverted to 2019 zoning, what would the implications be to this work in front of us today?
Yeah, there would still be an issue or a discussion about what was developed, like grandfathering, so to speak. That would still be in play. I don't have the regulations of the old bylaw in front of me, but that would still come into the discussion. But just, yes.
Councillor, I think what we would do if the zoning bylaw 12-800 were to come back into effect, we would look for the equivalent zones that match our current analysis that is being brought forth today. So you're still going to see mid-rise to high-rise is being proposed in the priority growth areas.
And the idea that the priority growth areas should roughly still be these
4,
three areas
6,
we had
8,
today.
20 stories, etc.
And generally these 3 areas of the city today.
Yes, and the report that's coming to June 3rd isn't proposing changes. It's a report on the zoning bylaw. We may be signaling work that is to be done, but that work is not being presented. Amendments are not being presented on June 3rd.
So if someone had an amendment, they wanted to say, move RM23 down to RM21 or something, they could do that. If it passed public hearing, it would then retroactively change the priority growth areas.
It would impact any lot that is zoned RM. If there was a change, an amendment to the RM zone, it would impact any lot across the city zoned RM.
I guess I'll wait for the movers close. Thank you.
Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. Does administration have a preference on sequencing here? I assume you brought this forward, obviously fully understanding that we'd be having a conversation about the 1-year zoning bylaw renewal, and this is in front of us now.
Yeah, we have no concerns about the sequencing that these are being presented in.
Okay, and I think it was just said that zoning bylaw underpins everything we're doing and the conversation we're having today. I would say district planning underpins what we're talking about today, and that any changes that are made subsequent related to zoning bylaw would be reflected in this work regardless.
Correct. The policy guidance is definitely city plan, district plans. Regulation changes that may or may not come forward will impact all properties across the city depending on the zone.
Okay, so then I guess, yeah, regardless of what changes may or may not be made, based on the ZBR conversation that we're about to have, that doesn't fundamentally change what would be recommended and suggested through the PGAs today.
Correct. It's still a major, these are nodes and corridors. We're expecting intensification, redevelopment. That does not change.
Right, and if someone were wanting to fundamentally change that, again, that would have to be a city plan change.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
That's it? Thank you. Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair? Just have one maybe clarifying a process question. If this is approved and bylaw is postponed to June 9th, public hearing, would members of the public who have already spoken on this can register to speak again? We would have to hear from them again?
No, so your public hearing would be closed.
Okay.
But coming back on June 9th, council has to remember a couple things. It's a great opportunity for me to give you a little bit of advice.
Yeah.
One is that the hearing would be closed on June 9th, so it would be, the bylaw would be debated and voted on. That's it. There's no questions of administration. That portion of the hearing has closed. Also, between now and June 9th, I would recommend that council somewhat treat this like an open public hearing insofar as going out and having one-on-one conversations and so on and so forth, as the same advice that I would give you on an open public hearing. Just because the vote hasn't happened yet, I would suggest that those conversations be kept to a minimum. It's very unique, Mr. Mayor, that we're looking to do something like this. It's not impossible. It's certainly possible, but those are some pieces that the Assembly has to keep in mind when considering this.
Okay, got it. Okay, so just one clarification on the development permits. They're digitalized going back decades. So I can pull my development permit with paying by whatever, calling 311 or contacting the planning department.
Yeah, so you have to do a search of records with us.
Yeah.
There's a small fee associated with it. If there was a permit that was physical on our records, it would have been digitized. And we have permits dating back to 1910, 1911. It's not saying that we've captured all of them, but we do have a high proportion of them.
Okay, and if that is on the record, something happens to my house, I can rebuild it to a single. Got it. Thank you. Okay. All right, we'll take the chair back. So that concludes the questions to the postponement. Now to speak to the postponement. Councillor Rutherford, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Just to be brief, I'm not going to support the postponement. I would understand this postponement if we were talking about direct controls or something of that nature. But as mentioned, the priority growth areas is about general zones, and those general zones change with the zoning bylaw. So however we change that zoning bylaw, it changes it. And for whatever changes may or may not come forward as ideas or motions on June 3rd, I find it highly unlikely that they would include necessarily higher density. If anything, it would lower that. So I'm not really sure what we would have left to debate either way. So I just won't be supporting this.
Okay. Councillor Salvador?
Sure, yeah, I'll be brief as well, but I also will not be able to support this. I appreciated the answers that we received from administration, that there really is not any benefit in terms of sequencing here by delaying this conversation. Ultimately, any changes that are made or not made to the underlying zones through the conversation that we're about to have related to the zoning bylaw renewal, those will be reflected in the zones regardless. And if the intention is to have a larger conversation about, whether this area is appropriate for priority growth area, that's a larger conversation. And through district planning and city plan, we have very clear direction that this is where we want to see intensification. So I don't see any benefit in delaying this conversation. I think it just further prolongs this. So I won't be supporting it, but appreciate the conversation. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Cardinal to close. Sorry, Councillor Cardinal to close. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And again, I appreciate that, you know, the recommendations of administration are not going to change. And I appreciate that, I guess some councillors are aware of what the report's going to say on Thursday when it's released, and that is not likely to change. And, you know, that's not really the point. The point for me is that we are about to impose zones and a change in zoning on properties where people haven't actually asked for them necessarily. Some may welcome them, some may not, but not understanding what those zones might actually be in a couple of weeks, even if they're just modestly changed. Not understanding what rights might remain for those property owners in a variety of circumstances. I think that this is cart before the horse stuff, and so I don't think it hurts to you know, have that awareness of at least what direction the changes in the zoning bylaw might have that will have knock-on implications to all of the other works. So it's a modest delay. It doesn't change much. People's votes likely won't change a lot, but it would change it for me. And that's what I'm looking for, is the ability to have the most current context when I make my decision on this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Just waiting on one vote.
Yes, Madam.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. Okay, now we're back to first reading on the floor. Are there any further amendments? Councillor Jans?
I don't have an amendment, but I have a question of administration. Is that permitted?
We have a
Or are we in debate? Can I ask a question?
Is it a process question or a substantive question?
It could be.
No, we concluded all the new information. This is a more process question if you have any.
No, I think I'll need to take it offline.
Okay, no worries.
It's not a, yeah, it's
no worries.
a new thread.
Okay, good. Okay, all right, so no more amendments. We have a first reading on the floor now to speak to the first reading. Okay, Councillor Tang, go ahead, please.
Okay, great. Thank you, everybody, for a full day of sharing the perspective and for the conversation. You know, I think when I read the report, it was fairly clear, and appreciate many feedback during the hearing, but also through emails, just about the process of public engagement. You know, I think for me, I think for this particular public hearing, we're focusing around not just blanket everywhere, medium to high density rezoning. We're focused on, you know, much more discrete areas. And when I think about the work in the last 4 years to remove some of the barriers for some of these developments, including the other tax subclass and the removal of that, which was in place, to Councillor Rutherford's point earlier, to as a way to discriminate against certain types of housing and certain types of people in a community. And those are some of the work this council has been doing for the last few years. And I think when I read the report, to me, this also continue to build on not just some of those tools, taxation tools, but also land use tools and policy decisions that we have made for the last while. You know, I've been reflecting on, you know, what kind of projects are we going to see with the decision that we're talking about today. It doesn't mean properties overnight is going to be demolished and something new is going to come up kind of like the Up house that was portrayed in a number of presentations from the speakers. A lot of these projects take many years, and in fact, they're highly risky. In fact, so many of them, a few of them that I know of, are being reevaluated. However, what we're doing here is to open up that potential. And there's a lot of factors that determines whether or not a project comes to fruition. And I've been thinking about some of the comments from the speakers about, well, then municipalities should be focusing on the levers that are within our control. And I think this is one of them. To the point some have raised around these strategic discrete properties, really focused around the main roads, the corridors near transit stations. We have invested billions of dollars in these types of infrastructure. Not investing along those locations would be such a missed opportunity, and I think poor use of the financial investments that we have made. And I agree with some of the speakers who said that change has consequences, but I also think progress doesn't happen with status quo. And when we have multiple red deers move into the city of Edmonton for the last few years, the status quo is not going to cut it. And finally, I want to touch on some of the points people raised around, with a rezoning like this that will create housing supply that would help us maintain our affordability and availability advantage. People who were refuting these kinds of arguments. I am reminded of some of the latest research, including the one that was just released in March from CHBA benchmarking study. I'm not making this up. This comes from research as well that Edmonton, Halifax, and London benchmark at the top of the list for having only really high municipal fees and timelines and planning features. And overall, municipalities that benchmark low also have the worst housing outcomes in terms of availability and affordability of housing. And there are a number of much more recent research supporting the fact that, yes, when we do change policy and to at least allow the potential and the possibility, it doesn't happen overnight, it doesn't happen automatically, but when we open up that potential, we are using the levers we have within our control to support the availability and affordability of housing. And to me, those are some of the top of mind. That's top of mind for me for the decision tonight. Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. I wanted to start by thanking administration for their work on this project. It was a really significant piece of work to take on. And I think what impressed me most, and which I think was captured really well in the report, was the evolution of these plans. So, my experience interacting with these proposals, attending some of the open houses, was the first iteration raised huge fears. There was a lot of concern. But what I think we really see through this process and where we end now is that administration was really responsive to that feedback. I'm really grateful for that. I think that for many of the people that I represent, this was a positive experience of seeing that iteration and change over time. I think that it's a great example of how we can continue to meet our city plan goals while also being mindful of communities and the pace of change that we're seeing. Something I also wanted to reflect on, and I could be wrong, but I don't recall hearing anyone here today saying that their property was being rezoned and they didn't want it to be. And I think that's quite interesting. Again, I could be wrong if someone wants to fact check me on that, but I don't recall any speakers specifically saying that they owned a property that was being rezoned against their will and they were upset about that. I think what I generally heard were concerns around general change in the neighborhood, which I can appreciate and understand. But again, I think what we heard is what people really value about their communities, and when it really comes down to it, It is about a lot of the public infrastructure, the streets, the trees, the businesses. Those are all things that I believe these rezonings will support and strengthen moving forward. I think that in the past have also shared concerns around the city over zoning or to an extent that could effectively sterilize land. And I think we have seen that happen in some instances where we have much higher zoning in place and those expectations haven't been realized. So I think, two factors in that. The first is that I hear consistently that land in Edmonton is valued by its potential. So even if it isn't rezoned, if there's planning policy that supports higher rezoning, that tends to be built into the value of the land anyways. What these proactive rezonings do, though, is save on timelines, which again can increase investor confidence. I think what we're doing differently, and a colleague of mine put it really well, is that in the past, I think we've upzoned areas in an effort to create a market. And we've seen that hasn't necessarily been successful because there are so many other factors. I think the sophistication of how we've looked at those market forces this time around and looked to capitalize on markets coming through rather than create them, that gives me a lot of hope for what this can accomplish. I think, what this also will help us achieve, in addition to providing more homes and businesses for our communities, is help support significant public infrastructure investments that we're making through the LRT, through other initiatives, and so I'm pleased to see this work aligning with that as well. So thank you again to the teams. I think you've traveled a really far way in a short amount of time, but really helped move us forward in our city plan goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Anyone? Sorry. Councillor Salvador, sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Well, thank you so much. And for those who are still listening in, just want to say thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today and to have this important conversation about our growing city and our growing communities, and to share your perspectives on the best way to move forward, as well as the folks who participated in the engagement and process leading up to today. Thank you to administration as well for your ongoing efforts. This is not an easy one to navigate, but I think you struck a really good balance. And similar to my colleagues, seeing the evolution of the PGA maps, I think is a strong reflection of the thoughtful process that you undertook to get here. So thank you for that. To me, this is really a logical and understandable next step as we continue the implementation of the city plan. It's a necessary step in order to meet the moment that we're in today. And when I think about all the other complementary work that we've been doing to make city plan a reality through zoning bylaw renewal, through district planning, things like growth management, this makes sense. We, through this work, will be advancing concrete zoning level changes in a handful of priority growth areas to continue using the tools in our toolbox to realize the vision of city plan. And when I backdrop this entire conversation against the rapid growth that we've been seeing and the housing affordability concerns that continue to be top of mind for Edmontonians, I know that it is the right thing to do. And I really appreciate that we're taking a proactive approach to this as well, by enabling growth in places that make sense along our nodes and corridors where we know have the highest potential for increased intensity to support walkability and vibrancy and transit ridership and amenities, and again, affordability. I was also struck by, a number of the concerns that were raised today related to things like speculation, that this change would harm affordability and is not the environmentally conscious and sustainable move to make. However, when I look at the empirical evidence and data and research that's out there, we do know that proactive upzoning at scale reduces speculation. We know that increasing housing supply does help with affordability and places downward pressure on prices. And we know that density supports environmental sustainability and is one of the most important actions and levers that cities have to support climate action. I also recognize, and it was said very early on today, that advancing priority growth areas is it's not a silver bullet. There's no single tool or policy lever that will deliver the vision that's outlined in the city plan, but it's really, again, about making cumulative, intentional, and incremental changes that add up over time, and that's what we've been doing. I also think about the billions of dollars that we've invested into mass transit infrastructure, and we clearly have a good backbone that we need to make good on by seeing higher intensity development happening along those areas and along those corridors. I'm also reflecting on how this is a recognized best practice. It's recognized across the country as an important tool to increase housing supply and affordability, and in many cases, Edmonton has been leading the way in forward-thinking planning policy, and I think we're continuing to do that, but this is also, it's not new. This is a recognized practice. And finally, I would also say that this is about communicating clearly with Edmontonians and industry about where we expect to see higher intensity development, and it's an opportunity to unlock housing opportunities in line with our underlying plans. So I would encourage my colleagues to support this today. Again, I firmly believe it's the right choice to make that will serve the most Edmontonians for generations to come. More homes, more affordability, fewer emissions, and a more sustainable and fiscally resilient city. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair? Oh, I'm so sorry. No worries. No, not at all. I would not break my own rules. Sorry. No, my mistake, my fault. Well, you did really well closing it, Councillor Salvador. You said everything I wanted to say. That's okay. All right, please vote.
Just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. All right. Any notices, motions, or motions without customary notice?
Mayor.
Oh, sorry, what I'm talking about. We got to do. I'm so
Yes,
sorry. I'm just tired.
I'll move second reading.
Second. So tired. All right, second reading. Second by Councillor Wright. Please vote for the second reading.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Okay, please vote for consideration.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. It is carried.
I'll move third reading of bylaw 21128.
Second.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now notice of motions or motion without customary notice. I see none. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone, and thank you to administration and everyone else for your indulgence. It was a long day, but it was a very productive.